Yep. We will become friends. We will spend so much time together. We will definitely become all of us friends on this call. Okay, I feel like so with 20 people, we are probably a little light. A few people will probably start attending in the next couple minutes. We'll welcome everybody to the Commercial Energy Code tag for the Friday the 28th of February 2025. We will be covering a bunch of big proposals again today. We have dispensed with 3 or 4, I think, so far, and we have 160 total. So I hope that we will all speak quickly and get to our points and not reiterate the same points over and over. Again, I am going to use the raise hand feature when you want to talk. You can unmute, but if that gets unruly, then I will only go in the order in which I see hands go up. I'm gonna write down your name and call on you. So let's do a roll call and see who's in the virtual house today.
Okay, Chell Anderson.
I am here.
Margaret Montgomery.
Present, and I need to step away for about an hour at, I think 11 o'clock.
Okay. Does Marty know that?
He is unavailable today, so if that just doesn't work, actually it was 10:30 to 11:30, and if that doesn't work, I'll stay and miss my other thing.
Yeah, so you said Marty's unavailable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And
all right.
Marty is gone. Kim Barker. Kim, are you there? Don't see her on the list. Todd Blevins. I also don't see Todd. Todd, are you there? Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Eric Bedell. Eric, are you there?
Eric is not here today. This is Nick Massey. I'm sitting in for him.
Okay. You're next on the list, so I'll mark you in. Sean Vig.
Here.
Kevin Roberts.
Here.
Greg Johnson.
Present.
Nathan Miller.
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth. Irina Respetness. Here. Kevin Duell.
Here.
Ian Casey.
Here.
Poppy Storm.
Here.
Shailesh Desai. Shailesh, are you there? Larry Andrews. Larry, you're muted.
Here.
Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome.
Eric Olnon.
Present.
Lisa Rosenau.
Present.
Rick Blumenthal. Rick, are you there? Irina Sesarova.
Present.
Andy Burnham.
Sorry, here.
Sloan Ritchie, Sloan, are you there?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Heard you.
Brett Conway,
Present.
Luke Howard, Marcus Verta,
I'm here.
Kevin Sharp,
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Alessandra is not able to make it, but Deepa Subramanian is here, alternate.
and Kim. It looks like you're here now.
Yes, Kim Barker present.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
Great. Thanks, Krista. And thanks everybody for being here. For some of you, it is day 2 of 2 days in a row of tag meetings. We had the residential energy code tag yesterday. So it is a long slog, but we made progress yesterday on the residential, and I hope we'll make a great deal of progress today. Agenda. Anyone want to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Thanks, Greg.
Second, Dwayne?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the agenda? Patrick?
Do you want to finish off the mass transfer deck slab edge? I sent the drawing off yesterday, or do you want to push it out?
Why don't we push it off because it's not on the agenda?
Fair enough. Put it on the next one.
Yep, we'll put it on the next one, and I'll make a note to myself.
Did you see the drawing?
Do so. I didn't have time to open it, but I saw that you sent something.
Okay, well, once you reconstruct it, send it over to me, okay? In
Okay.
between. All right?
Will do.
I think you'll like
Hey.
it, Shell.
What was that?
I said, I think you'll like it.
I'm ready to like it.
Okay, sounds good. Guys, have a good
Okay.
meeting.
Thanks for doing that. All right. All in favor of the motion, which is to approve the agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We have an agenda in front of us. We're going to look at the meeting minutes from February 7th. And after we scroll through that, I will entertain a motion to approve them unless there are any edits. It was mostly discussion and tabling of items, as probably expected. Okay, anyone have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Thanks, Margaret.
Second.
Okay, we have a few seconds. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, we're now to the main course. So each week, schedule-wise, I am putting things on the schedule that are somewhat like each other. So today is 401.3 and 403. And then as I mentioned at the last meeting, I have out there for the 7th of March meeting, discussion of C406. For the 14th of March meeting, a discussion of C404. And then beyond that, we'll see how far we've gotten. And the reason is, as we discuss these, there may be work groups that form, and I want to give all the major proposal types of ideas a chance to be heard in the first few sessions, so that any work groups will have weeks to be able to come to any consensus or non-consensus and come back with provisions. So that's why we're not necessarily finishing a topic before we go on to the next topic, so that we can at least address each topic and figure out the big issues are that this tag wants to discuss. So without further ado, we have the C401.3 proposals, and there's 3 listed here. I believe Gary and Johnny each have a version of 279. Is that correct? Gary and Johnny, are you present?
Yeah, I
Yes.
did, yeah.
Okay, so when we get to 279, we'll look at 2 slightly different or possibly very different versions of them. So we'll start with 183. So Gary, you have the floor, and we've discussed these at some length before, so I don't want to rehash all of the discussion. But Gary, if you want to go through the major points again.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this unless we get into discussion. But so the proposal was to strike the entire fossil fuel path, including anything associated with it. I did leave in there some requirements around heat pump water heater sizing, for example, which I thought was pretty good work. But I kind of changed the language there. You can see that if you stop for a minute, rather than in the previous version where it was required, I just inserted where used. And you can keep on going down. And stop there for a minute. As you remember, there were a couple of different efficiency measure credits in there. One for use for the fossil fuel path, and one for use with not using any fossil fuels. I debated with myself whether to keep both of those tables or try to combine them. I know that I think in Johnny's proposal, he combined them. I kept them separate. I didn't feel strongly one way or the other. I just changed the wording here rather than referencing the fossil fuel compliance path, just saying projects using gas-fired equipment, but maintaining those credits, those credit tables. I did not propose any changes to the credits in the credits table. I felt that was work that when it comes time, that work that needs to be done by PNNL properly. I could have gone some gyrations, I guess, to try to do it myself, but didn't quite feel qualified to do that. So keep on scrolling down. And again, right there, I also added some coverage for gas-fired heat pumps, including a new equation for gas-fired heat pumps. Keep on going down. I referenced the standard for testing and rating them. Keep on going down. I think that's probably the crux of it. So again, and to summarize, striking everything in the fossil fuel path, maintaining some work that was done for heat pump water heater sizing. I did not suggest any changes to the main credit requirements, although that would certainly be appropriate, and I was anticipating that somebody in fact would propose increases in the number of credits required. I do know that ASHRAE 90.1, for example, is considering anywhere from a 50% increase on up to the energy credits required. Certainly this code could consider something in similar fashion. And again, the purpose for striking this is that the fossil fuel compliance path required additional energy credits that were 2 to 7 times higher than a building if using only electric appliances. And clearly in violation of the new language in the law brought up by 2066 that you shall not penalize or discourage the use of fossil fuel fired equipment. So that's it. I'll take any questions or hear any discussion.
Sure,
Unless
thanks,
we
Gary.
wanted, unless you felt it'd be better to kind of go through the additional proposals, or do you want to try to knock
Yeah,
these off one at a time?
I was planning on having all 4 proposals kind of discussed in the level that you discussed them just here. So, 5 minutes or so of like, here's what it is, here's what it does. And then we'll have discussion of all 4 because I think we would not approve all 4 and, simultaneously. I don't think we can do that. So
Yeah,
I'd
I
rather,
think that makes sense, Chell, to kind of, and then the tag will be able to kind of compare and contrast.
yep. So, so this one will be lovingly referred to as 183. Just to keep
I
it.
love that. It's my favorite number now.
All right. So yeah, this will be known as 183, and then it'll be 279s and 285. I did want to ask Gary, in your opinion, does this keep stringency for the overall energy code about the same, or does it decrease stringency or increase it, in your opinion?
Well, since I didn't propose any changes to the overall credits required, it certainly didn't increase the stringency, and that's why I made comment that. And again, it'll boil down to how you calculate the credits and on what basis you calculate the credits. So it's not a simple yes or no answer, unfortunately. Again, it would be perfectly appropriate to increase the amount of credits required based upon the last go around. But again,
yeah.
what's the basis for those credit calculations, I guess, is the key.
Yeah, so this goes with the assumption that they will be recalculated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, we're going to get on to go ahead, Greg.
I just want to clarify, didn't we already, when we voted to send the proposals up to the council for the site versus source, I mean, it's based on whatever the council decides, but in there was recalculating the credits. So isn't now the assumption that P&L is going to recalculate the credits based on whatever the council's direction?
I guess my understanding of that motion was if the proponent had site and the council decided source, then somebody would have to recalculate the credits. If the proponent had source and the council decided site, then somebody have to recalculate the credits. We have no jurisdiction to require PNNL to do anything, unfortunately. So we are winging it and hoping a bit.
But doesn't the council have budget like they've had in years past to pay P&L for that?
Yep. But there's some, based on the chaos of the federal government, I think there's just more unknowns than it would be in a normal cycle. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. A quick question. I actually stumbled across a provision, I'll put into training content actually, where I don't think it's been captured in any of these proposals, but it does have a reference to fossil fuel. It's actually been there since the 2012 code, but it's in the piping insulation section. And I'm wondering, as a tag member, is that something that I can bring up as a friendly amendment or something like that to make sure that we don't miss that detail?
Yeah, so you're saying that is an I-2066 kind of response?
Yes, it is. Let's see,
I
the
think-
section is
Yeah,
C403-10-3.
so there's a new window that opened a while ago for the 2021 code for anything that is 2066 related. And so you're encouraged to send in a proposal for that. And I think we could certainly entertain a proposal to do that today. Do you want to send
a friendly amendment to the proposal. I'm
Correlation
happy to
issue.
include
Yeah.
that friendly amendment. Lisa and I emailed, but
Oh, you did? Okay.
I wasn't able to include it before submitting yesterday. I just wanted to get it in, but I'm happy to. I know what language she's talking about. I'm happy to include it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about a whole lot unless we have actual language, but it sounds like you have language.
Yeah, it's really, I kind of went back and forth on whether we should change it's an exception. But actually, I think we should just strike it. And so a pretty easy change.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa and Johnny. Mike. Mike Kennedy. Mike, you're on mute if you're talking.
There we go.
All right, we hear you.
I'm using the Zoom app on my phone. I don't know how to mute. I just wanted to I guess chime up just because the first two proposals both said, oh well, we'll calculate the credits later. And the basis of the credits is to be determined. And if it's site or source, if there's a single table, it actually is not. I mean, there needs to be some guidance with how the credits get calculated for a single table. Because if site and source, you've got two fuels, those are actually going to be different credits depending on the fuel type. So I think it's kind of important that be determined as what is the basis. You know, is this all based on heat pump buildings or whether it's site or source? Anyway, I think there's some more stuff that actually needs to be figured out by the tag that P&L is not going to be able to, in the Johnny's case, he's averaging the two credits, and there's got to be some guidance of how that's done. And in Gary's proposal, what
Why don't we
system?
just put it past 283?
Anyway, I'm good.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And just an update, so the council did discuss the site versus source thing that this tag sent up there at the last meeting. And the council is holding a hearing on I believe the 21st, Friday, the 21st of March, on site versus source. And written comments are encouraged because this is a technical discussion. And then there'll be some time for live comments as well on the council deliberation, and the council may well make a decision on that date. Until then, we are to maintain using site as the metric, but I think all the proposals have site as an option within them. So yeah, that's the update.
I guess I just want to reiterate, my point is, if you say it's site or if you say it's source, that doesn't actually tell you how you calculate a single credit table.
Yeah.
When you have two fuels. So there's another step there.
Yeah.
So.
And Mike, what I think you're getting at is when you have an inefficient heat source like gas or electric resistance, you should get more credit for envelope measures because a lot of your energy pie is heating. When you have an efficient heating or water heating source like a heat pump, you would get less credit for envelope measures, for example, because you have an efficient heating source. That's kind of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, all the credits shift. And it was going to be a comment I gave to Johnny's proposal, because he says, well, we've averaged the two tables, so there's a single table to simplify the code, which I think it might be a good move. The equations are complicated. But then to say, well, P&L is going to recalculate the credits. Well, that means there's some averaging step that has to go on. And I think that needs to be delineated by the tag. So, I mean, P&L, that's becomes kind of a hand waving session. And I think it needs to be figured out before it happens at the last minute. So anyway, I'm done.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Larry.
Yeah, I don't know how you can have a table like that from one fuel to another after 2066, because it says in there that you can't you can't make one better than the other. So when it comes to equipment, it should be flatlined, okay? Because you're going to get an incentive for something else, and 2066 is very clear that you can't do that. And so the tables for the equipment need to stop. They need to there can't be one over another. The law is very clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I guess I'm just going to say my opinion on the subject, which is the energy code is about energy efficiency. And when you use if we are trying to get buildings in Washington to be more efficient, then if you start with an inefficient appliance, you need to get more efficiency out of something else. And the credit values are a proxy for that. And when you start with a more efficient appliance, you need to get less additional efficiency. And that's, I think, the fundamental, what I've seen the code go to. And I guess that's what I think. And so it's not about the fuel, it's about the efficiency of the equipment. And when equipment is more efficient, you're more the way towards an efficient building. And when the equipment is less efficient, you're more of the way, you're not as far towards an efficient building. I guess that's the fundamental stance that I see us coming from. But
Okay.
Titans are welcome to have their own
Okay,
approach
so
to that.
let's talk about the law. Okay. What the law says is that you need to be 70% more efficient than what you were in the past. Okay, that's what the law says. Okay, so if you were running gas equipment originally in the houses and the buildings that you were building, you need to get 70% of what you were in the past with the gas equipment. Now, if you were building heat pump equipment, and you were building houses and buildings with heat pump equipment, those buildings need to be 70% more efficient with heat pump equipment than what they were in the past. That's what the law says. It's very clear what you were doing in the past and what you're doing now. So there shouldn't be any differential in equipment. And we're talking about the building envelope. We're not talking about what kind of Mercedes or Lamborghini engine you're putting in it. We're talking about the building envelope here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Larry, I guess we have different interpretations of the law, and I guess everybody in this virtual room is welcome to have different interpretations of the law. Mike, your hand is still up, but I think it's remainder. So Greg, you are up.
Just so we don't get bogged down on a site versus source debate, or we don't get caught up, is it possible that we just agree that we need to recalculate all the credits, or look at it, whether it's P&L, or if P&L can't do it, we have some other work group that does it or something, but we do that after we get our final product. And that way we don't have to really debate and get caught up over credits now. And
Yep, I think that's good. We'll look at what's in front of us, but we also, I think some people have done calculations and have credits that we could approve. But I think there was a small bit of risk in assuming that we can get PNNL or somebody else to calculate credits for us within a certain time frame. But I think we need maybe to accept that risk.
well, if we're able to agree that the numbers shown currently in the credit tables aren't final, and we're going to go rework them, then you're going to get a high degree of agreement throughout this process. If we end up getting caught up on the values in the credit tables now, then it's going to bog us down.
Yep. I agree. Nonetheless, we're approving proposals that have specific numbers in them. So maybe that's just an assumption we need to make, is that we will address the numbers later, and we will address the intent of the proposal and the format of the proposal and that to, in the next few meetings. Okay, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify a few things. So in my original proposal, I did combine the two tables to make the code simpler, and got rid of that equation. So it is an average. It's a blended average between the two. In my updated proposal I submitted yesterday, I separated them out, and that was mostly based on like feedback I kind of received during the conversations with folks in the working group. I just want to clarify, by separating the two tables and having a heat pump table and a fossil fuel table, it does give it does more fairly treat fossil fuel buildings because it gives them more credit for non-heating efficiency, non-water heating efficiency measures, because there is a higher site EUI total in that building. So then measures that reduce the heating load get more credit. So, Larry, like if we separate the tables, then if you put in a fossil fuel appliance, you get more credit for those credit measures. So I think that you probably would be in favor of that, but it does make the code more complicated. So I personally don't have a dog in that fight. I don't really care which direction the tag goes. I think it makes sense in either direction. The residential code currently has them separated. So I've provided that, but I do agree that with Greg, that we should have PNNL or some third party recalculate all of the credits at the end of the day. Hopefully PNNL can, but yeah. Just presenting that as an option.
Thanks, Johnny. Poppy. And then after Poppy, we're going to get to proposal 279, Gary. And then we'll get to proposal well, actually, we should go to 279 Coker and then 279 Gary, and then we'll get to 285 Andrews. So go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I just had a few quick thoughts. One is that I do agree that if we don't deal with the credits, or at least definitively when we're making these decisions, it will be easier. The only question is where the credits might influence the decision of which proposal we would choose. So I think we should be on the alert to think about how that might influence the decision. And then also in reference to Johnny's change, it sounds like the table has been split up. I guess I would just say that I think that combining them is not necessarily a productive simplification. So when we're looking at simplification, I think we should look at what's productive, and it seems more productive to ensure that the fossil fuel is treated more fairly, even if that means having two tables. And then I also think that we should coordinate with PNNL as soon as possible to start the conversation about doing these revised analyses.
Thanks, Poppy. Good points. All right, we are going to 279 Coker. So let's show that. And Johnny, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, so I met with a few folks, about a half dozen people, and discussed several things. I've made some changes based on those discussions, and I've had those updates colored in blue. Probably the biggest changes, if you scroll down to, gosh, I want to say page 8, it's under C406, is where I kind of talked about, I re-brought back the splitting of the tables. So I've made some modifications here because we no longer have a section C401.3. Just to remind everybody, I removed that section and I've moved everything to be credit based off of site EUI. So that's why we don't have C401.3 anymore. But yeah, it's basically there's two separate C406.2 tables now. And if you want to pick a blended system, then it's your primary heat pump surface water heating or primary heat pumps, space heating systems are blended together, are capacity weighted based on the primary heating for each of the systems. I'm sure that will probably be a point of discussion because I know it's a little more complicated on the water heating side versus space heating side. I kept the credits the same as they were before, except for credit EE5. I'm sorry, the 5% improvement in space heating. I crossed out and put in the numbers that I had from A2. Efficiency which was calculated during last cycle. I think that to match what Greg's saying, P&L should recalculate all these to be an objective third party. And then this is the efficiency table for heat pump building. And then there's also an efficiency table for non-heat pump, or as I put, combustion buildings. And then, yeah. So, and that's the same as it was before because I had based that original table based off of that. Oh, although, no, this wouldn't need to change because I changed it to be a blended average. And I'm sorry, I forgot to update this table to be just the fossil table. My bad. So I'll have to resubmit that part. Keep going down. Keep going down. So here, I changed the equation slightly based on input that I got on how to be slightly more accurate. It doesn't really change much. Ends up being about a 1 to 2% difference in the number of credits, but it is more accurate. Probably the thing that I have explained the most is on the heating efficiency credit side. I included a factor called the annual energy factor, which is basically trying to take the design efficiency for a heat pump at 47 degrees and estimating what its annual energy efficiency will be. I did some analysis based off of doing a bin analysis from TMY3 data files for both Seattle and Spokane, and basically made some assumptions on there being a linear. Can I share my screen? Is that possible? Or should I wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So basically I took I did a bin analysis and this is like the number of hours for different temperatures, and I then looked at what the assumption would be for the efficiency. So this is if it's stepped, meaning that it's 47 degree temperature all the way down to 32, and then it steps down to supplemental heating, which I assumed would be 0.8. You could also assume it to be 1 if you want to do electric resistance. So that's for stepped it wise for Seattle, and that's for Spokane. And then I did a linear regression, which is basically 3.2 at 47 degrees and 0.8 at 17 degrees, and it just does a linear regression in the efficiency. And then when I do a weighted average based on the number of hours at the different efficiencies, I got that in Spokane, it would be about a 70% reduction in efficiency compared to its COP 47, and in Seattle, it would be about 85%. If it used a linear regression. If it used stepped, it would be 98% and 80%. Because I'm trying to be more conservative, I chose the linear regression. So I chose the orange. And I actually put in 80% for Seattle to even be a little more conservative. So that's why I chose those factors. If you want to go back to sharing the screen again, that was based off of email conversations I had with a few folks. So the annual energy factor, or AEF, you scroll down, is 0.8 for climate zone 4 and 0.7 for climate zone 5. For heat pumps, and for combustion efficiency, I just said it's the same. Technically speaking, they do have slightly less efficiency at lower temperatures, but I didn't feel it was worth going for. And then I also included an equation to more accurately convert HSPF2 to COPH. And it's all based off of primary heating efficiency instead of secondary. Any questions? I'm sure there's a bunch, but yeah, any questions?
Yeah, I've just generally, Johnny, does this match exactly the existing stringency of the way we've got it set up currently, or does it try to advance the code to more stringency?
That's a complicated question. I included in my original proposal I included a recommendation that the tag consider increasing the number of credits or decreasing the number of credits to match a 44.5% reduction from 2006, and have PNNL do that modeling. That would put you right in the middle between the red and the blue lines for every 3 years reduction from a 2006 to a 2031 goal of 70% reduction. So I was just like, you should pick in between those two lines, model to get exactly in between those two lines, and then just call it a day. But as is, it's probably a weakening of it, because I kept the current credits in there, but now, yeah, depending on the efficiency of the appliance, it would probably more easily comply with the code than it did in 2021.
Okay, so you've taken the construct that I came up with last time, and basically you're simplifying the world for us by
trying to, but
you're inserting the fossil fuel compliance path essentially in the main part of the code.
Trying to make it an optional credit that would accurately capture the efficiency of a heat pump over a combustion appliance without mandating a heat pump, and then also accurately capturing high efficiency gas appliances. Like if you put in a gas heat pump, you'd get a lot of credit that would potentially wasn't necessarily captured in the original proposal from 2021. And also, I think that, yeah, just if you want to look at things based on a strict site UI basis, then it is a 95% efficient gas appliance would achieve more credits than it did in the 2021 code, but it still wouldn't achieve as many credits as an electric heat pump.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Larry?
So what I'm wondering is, so your efficiencies that you're getting here, they're based off of something like 34 degrees or something like that. But once you drop below that and you say secondary fuel, it's very important to know which secondary fuel you're using and how much you're actually using. Because when you go into defrost, you're taking the heat out of the building to thaw these coils. Or if it's in the water, you're taking the heat out of the water to thaw the outdoor condenser out there, or the outdoor unit. Okay. And so that's why all these tables, if you're not talking above, like probably close to 35 degrees or 36 actually, because when you pull that air across there, you're going into defrost anyway. And whenever you go into defrost, all these calculations that they put in there mean nothing really to speak of, because how many times it cycles in defrost keeps dropping the amount of energy that you got from this unit. See, so if you're over in the Seattle area, that's a probably good deal because you don't go into defrost that much. But over here in the Spokane area, or up in the north up here, you're in defrost every 10 minutes. You're calling for defrost, okay, and a large part of the heating. And so these values that they give us are not really true values of any sort. And in fact, one of the Avista engineers here, he lived with heat pump heat at one location, and then he went to gas heat with an air conditioning at another location, and his bill was lower because of all the defrost cycles. Then on top of it is, and I will make this case in the 3 weeks that are coming up, is most of all this extra electricity that we're putting on, except in the very spring, is all gas fired, and all this electricity is if we're doing 40% at the house, we're doing good with the gas fired heat pumps. I mean, the gas fired turbines and stuff, by the time you figure the line loss. And it does say, if you look in the definitions under energy, energy is on the lines too. It says that in our system. So this bit about site or source It's all about source. If you really look into get it deep
All right,
into
Larry,
this.
I-
Thanks.
you have some good things to say, but we're not going to talk site versus source today.
Understand that,
We
but
passed a motion to not do that.
yeah, okay. But that's the facts. Those are the facts. Okay. And we try to close down so we don't bring the truth to the surface. Thank you.
All right, I guess Johnny, do you have a response to Larry, or do you want to just go to the next?
I don't have a response.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, Johnny, I think it's a good thing that I really liked what you did was that change for focusing on primary heating. That's really, it's more accurate and it's more true. Just one slight suggestion, and I think you might take this as friendly. In the equation that you have on the B factor and also the where it talked about the installed, where you changed the primary heat thing, you struck out the the exceptions, and most of the exceptions were supplemental heat, but there was a few exceptions in there that were not supplemental heat. It was like small heating systems and things like that. And wondering if it might make sense to say primary space heating that is either a heat pump or complies with an exception, and just make that clarification, because we don't really want to penalize those small heating systems that really don't matter.
Totally. Yeah, I'm 100% down with that. I'm also down, yeah, in like in the exceptions section of this credit here, it talks about like giving credit for specific, semi-heated areas and spaces like that. I would like, I think that likely there's gonna be one more round of edits on this one. If folks want specific edits for specific situations in there, to give partial credit for specific situations which aren't like necessarily fitting nicely within this like framework, I would like, feedback on that. And then also, I think that there could be a case to be made for any reduction in energy credits required for specific buildings. I'm thinking I2, I3, and C406.1. Oh gosh, whatever the credit required table. I think it's C406.1. I have to go check. So making sure that we're not requiring specific buildings to achieve credits that would be difficult to get to without putting in heat pumps. Yes, open to that.
Okay, and then I did have one other, and then just real quick to follow along in the C403.1.4 exceptions, which is what we're really referring to. It might be adding a language in there, just a note saying, clearly identify these are exceptions for both allowance of use of something alternative and also pertaining to the equation. And the only reason why I say pertaining to the equation is because there was a strikeout in that C403 that said you can't use fossil fuel, you know what I mean? And there's sometimes where we might have an exception for like maybe a small heating system that we say electric resistive or fossil fuel. So just a small minor clarification, but we can deal with that later.
Yeah.
And then the second thing that I think is you had on the surface water heating, there was a section where it was talking about sizing the system, which basically limited saying that you couldn't undersize your primary surface water heating more than 50%. And thinking that maybe we want to include that because we don't want people undersizing their surface water heating. So maybe we want to retain that paragraph.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, I think Greg did a decent job. Not Greg, Gary did a decent job trying to figure out which portions of C404.2.1 through 0.6 to keep. I kind of made a decision to just say comply with the NIA standard. I'm open to tag folks who feel that that's not the right direction to go, and if we want to keep the language that we worked on last time, but try to come up with some edits that kind of along the ways in which Gary was thinking about it. I'm open to that as an alternative. It's not, yeah. I don't feel
it's worth a discussion. So yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing that we're getting into a lot of detail on this. And I'm trying to figure out how we can get to all four of the proposals without spending hours and hours on it. Let me think on that a bit. Go ahead, Poppy. Let's keep going into the details and if we need to, and we'll move to the next one maybe in, let's say, 20 minutes if we are still commenting on this one.
Yeah, Chell, if you don't mind, I think it's good to discuss these just because that helps me kind of frame the conversations that I would have with a working group, and I want to try to get a finalish version of this in front of you guys within the next 1 to 2 weeks so that we can have a vote on it. So.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Poppy.
Thanks. I have a clarification question, and hopefully this isn't redundant, but I just want to ensure that I'm following what is assumed within the context of this proposal versus what is assumed is going to be sorted out within the context of the development of the credits in any kind of analysis around the credits table. And so in particular, my question is around baselines. So is this proposal assuming already a specific baseline for either the gas or the fossil fuel or the electric pathway? Or is that something that would be sorted out within the context of developing the credits? Because if it is within the context of this proposal, then I think we should discuss that. If not, we can just table that for a discussion around the credits.
When you're saying baseline, I assume that what you're saying is what number of credits would be required to be achieved and like how that's calculated.
Yeah, exactly. Like what 2006 baseline is it being compared against? And
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a great conversation. I mean, there's a baseline in this code, and then there's the baseline from which the progress of the code is calculated from, which
those are pretty similar. They should be similar. But maybe this is a discussion for the work group, but I just wanted to raise this issue and clarify whether or not those assumptions would be established within the context of this proposal, or is that clearly we need to have that discussion, but is that discussion more for discussions around the credit table?
my understanding is that the baseline that's been calculated, that's being used for the progress that every code's been measured up against, has been like a site EUI baseline that's calculated based off of the construction mix of what was assumed for all electric versus mixed fuel in 2006. I could have that wrong, but that's my understanding based on conversations I've had with people who've done those calculations historically.
That's about right.
And I think that that's probably what will continue unless the State Building Code Council decides to move to source energy metric in the March 21st meeting, in which case that baseline would likely have to be recalculated to be based off of source energy.
Okay. But it sounds like, though, that is something that we would figure out within the context of the credits, and you're not locking anything in.
I think that
it's not really, it's kind of agnostic to the baseline.
I don't
calculating.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's an important question that ultimately will probably be, it's something that P&L or the third party, if P&L doesn't do it, will end up doing that calculation. And I don't know how the tag is historically given direction on how they calculate those things. So I don't have much comment on that.
Historically, the tag has not been given direction.
That's
on that. It's been based on the tag and the council's interpretation of the law, and because we've approved things in the past, the tag and the council and the committees, it is assumed that we interpreted the law in a certain way. But we've never said we will calculate it based on this methodology or something like that.
Okay, I think it's a good clarification because some of the discussion today has already been kind of implicitly around baselines, but I think we don't necessarily have to discuss that as part of this discussion today, since it's actually more relating to how the credits are developed.
Thanks, Poppy. Patrick.
Yes, thank you. This is Patrick Hanks with BIW. My litmus test that I kind of use to determine if something is probably 2066 compliant is to look at the effect and not necessarily the intent. So realistically, if complying with the code would in effect cause a significant construction cost discrepancy between a building using high efficiency gas furnace, for example, versus high efficiency electric heating option, that would have a greater risk of not complying with 2066. I understand that historically we've had a third party, assign the credits, and we don't necessarily want to lock things in until probably doing that again, but it makes it hard to fully evaluate proposals for 2066 compliance when they're changing the credit requirements until we know the exact amounts of required credits for each group and then the exact value of the credit options in the table. But I think it would be good to kind of, as we go through these proposals, to pencil down some possible compliance paths for comparable building types of a similar group, with one using natural gas heating versus electric, just to see if it would cause a large discrepancy between them or if it would be fairly comparable. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Patrick, I have mapped out what credits would be required to achieve this based off of the credits in the 2021 code, but a lot of our conversations have been like if a third party were to recalculate, like you were saying. So if like a third party recalculates and finds a major discrepancy and like changes what those credits are worth, then it's difficult to kind of know what it would be, but I'm happy to go through that result with the working group or next time we meet with the tag, since I don't want to take up too much time today.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. And to Patrick's comment, I would agree. We kind of got a chicken and egg thing going on, but at the same time, it seems like we can, once we have the calculation baseline established, that it should be clear at that point, that we're accomplishing what we're trying to accomplish here, based on having a calculation baseline that we all agree to. So that was just a comment about that. I did have a kind of a detailed question, but real quick for Johnny. So section C404.2.1, Krista, if you could scroll up just a smidge. The new proposed, they keep going up so you can see the proposed language. There we go. So my only question about this particular one is, I support the NIA standard, absolutely. But my question is this actually increasing the bar for a heat pump system by requiring this as the base? And so I'm just looking for kind of comments from the tag about this. Do we want to do that, or do we want to have this be an advanced measure?
Yeah, I agree with you, Lisa. I don't know the answer to that question. Just historically, like last code cycle, there was a proposal that would basically have done this, and we decided to not do that because for that same reason, basically, that like it would increase the stringency for heat pump water heating system.
Yeah, and so I think that we're going to vote on all these, I understand, but that would be one where I would consider proposing maybe a friendly amendment on that one, so that if we're trying to make things level across all the equipment types, to make sure we don't add something that actually makes it more stringent to install a heat pump water heater. And it appears at first blush that might be what this does, as you noted. So I would propose that as a friendly amendment, or as I said, you're going to continue to work on it. Maybe we discuss that further. But I just want to find out if anybody else on the tag has any thoughts about that.
Thanks, Lisa. I'll let other people respond in their comments. Dwayne.
Following up on Larry's concerns, is there? I thought that some of these efficiency metrics did include factor for defrost of the system. But if not, is there a convenient way that we could account for defrost cycles in this measurement?
Yeah, there's a question to Larry. But
Well,
I
it's not
also
a
do
question to
remember.
Larry. It's just following up on Larry's question. It's a question to the other experts on the.
I think I have a suggestion that might be worth, so if you look at cycle times at different temperatures, that'd be the best way to account for it, would be, because I mean, you're not going to have defrost coming on when you're at 47 degrees, so your cycle time is going to be basically zero. As you get colder, your defrost cycles on more often per hour, like it might be on every 20 minutes of every hour. It might be on every 30 minutes of every hour or something, or, you know, I mean, or only 5 minutes of every hour. So that would be a good way to account for that. Would be just look at, because that's not included in the COP value for the heat pump, is the cycle time of the defrost.
So I see they've just scrolled to something here. Is that relevant to this?
Johnny, do you want to address that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is there a way to ensure that defrost cycles are accounted for in our metrics here, so that we've got an accurate portrayal?
Likely, I mean, I think it would be an adjustment of this AEF factor that I created, and I think that we would try to capture it in the spreadsheet analysis that I've done. I tried to do something that was, you know, fair but simple, which is a linear regression an efficiency from max at COP 47 to completely supplemental at 17. I felt that probably overestimated the efficiency at temperatures like 32 and probably underestimated them at temperatures closer to 17, because I think that likely, you know, at least cold climate heat pump systems would still be functioning at 17 degrees. And now the assumption with the AEF factor is that they're not, that they're all supplemental heating. So there's probably a way to adjust the analysis I've done to try to capture defrost. Happy to discuss it offline with anybody that's interested.
Okay. And I will check in with the people at ASHRAE to see if there is such a factor that we can pull from them to, because I just want to remove that as a potential stumbling block that might, because I'm actually a big fan of this reorganization now, but I don't want to build in anything that will be a subject of critique at the council level.
Makes sense.
And I just want to voice support. Like, you could adjust the AEF just like Johnny said, and you could add, you know, and analyze in a spreadsheet, and I'd be happy to work with Johnny and whoever else to work on that.
Yeah. I've been very appreciative of both of Gary and Greg's participation in the working group and coming in good faith. So cheers.
All right, thanks. Mike Kennedy, you're up.
Okay. Wanted to speak to, I guess, two things. One is Lisa's comment about the NIA heat pump spec. We dug into that a little bit last summer, and it is a really hard document to envision as part of the energy code. It basically says the heat pump is got to be installed according to manufacturer specs, and I don't know. I think everybody, if you're going to have that in the code, at least a few people in the group should be reading that spec and see if it's really appropriate to have in the code. Because I don't really actually think it is. So the other comment, and I guess we just touched on it, is I don't quite understand why we got away from using HSPF and the seasonal heating factors in the heat pump efficiency metrics, just because they typically do handle defrost. And my understanding is HSPF is usually calculated for what zone a zone actually pretty close to Spokane. It's a dry climate. It's not quite as cold, but it has colder temperatures in Western Washington. So it seems like the HSPF would be a more appropriate factor to be using. And even for Western Washington, I think the COP at 47 is really optimistic for a heat pump, because there is a lot of defrost here. And that 47 point doesn't account for defrost or the colder temperatures that would be most of the heating energy be occurring at lower temperatures. So
Is
those
there
are
a
my
way to,
comments.
is there a way to insert to convert this to incorporate HSPF, or is that
Yeah.
just too complicated?
You scroll down.
Well, originally it was HSPF, I believe, or the seasonal performance factor.
Originally, I created a conversion factor that converted everything to COPH. That was wrong. It was 3.412, which is just not right. But yeah, we could do some funny algebra, which I love, and come up with an HSPF equation that converts COPHs to HSPF2s based on this equation here. Be a little funny, but
Well, I guess my point is the HSPF is the actual system COP.
I understand that.
And
but
it
not every
embeds,
system.
it embeds the defrost point at 35, which is where the defrost point is actually calculated, is at 35 degrees.
So Mike, you're saying
that's max defrost.
So Mike, you're saying that if we wanted to include the lower performance below 35, the HSPF2 already includes that information on an annualized basis?
Yes.
Hey, Mike. So what would for I'm totally amenable to that. I think that would change this annual energy efficiency factor in ways that would make it a little more complicated, and I'd have to list help on what that might look like. But for equipment that only has efficiencies based on COPH listed in the C403 section, then I think I still need to come up with an equation. Or are you just assuming that the spec sheet for all the heat pumps that we have will have HSPF2 listed and that they'll just use that?
For larger heat pumps, it'll only have COP. And I actually feel like your original proposal using COP, of course, that was my suggestion, I guess, but COP at 17 was the appropriate factor. I think you could do some more hand waving there to come up, basically to invert this equation and apply it to the COP. I do think using COP 17 rather than 47 might be a better point, but even for your equation.
I'm going to just, maybe it's just a question for those on the call who might know this. I thought that with the upcoming TSPR that they're building in some kind of conversion factor for this as well. So maybe it was a Mike Rosenberg question. So that's just a reference for you, Johnny, that you might talk to Mike and see if they've kind of already sorted this out. So I bear with me, I'm not sure about that, but I do recall hearing them discuss that. And then I just wanted to emphasize what Mike said about the NEA standard. We submitted an official opinion inquiry earlier this year about, how to enforce that. Like, what does a jurisdiction, what does a designer need to include in their documentation to show that they meet the NEA standard? And, we came up with some language for that, or at least that the opinion came up with an explanation basically saying that somebody would have to go through the NEA standard, figure out what details in the NEA standard are applicable to the project, and make sure that all those details are included in their project documentation. But that's really hard for a jurisdiction to sort that all out because it's pointing to somewhere else. And so I would definitely agree that although it's an excellent standard, that from an enforcement perspective, I'm not sure if that, I think that might makes things difficult for a jurisdiction to verify compliance.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry, you're up.
I got 3 questions, one for you, Shell. I don't know where you're getting 4 different ones. I see 3 different ones. I see 183, 270, and mine at 285. So I'd like to know where the 4th one's
Sure.
coming from.
So Gary and Johnny submitted slightly different versions of 279. And so after this, I'll let Gary introduce his version of 279.
Okay. And then on the reason why they don't give you any rating for the defrost, and it's because you don't know which fuel you're using. Okay, whether you're using straight electric for the defrost, are you using gas for the defrost, are you using wood for the defrost? That's the reason why they don't know, because they have no way to know what means you're going to be using, or are you using air defrost? Okay. And those are the reasons why there's no calculations put in there for defrost. Okay. And it's been that way. And now there's a direct equation to go from COP to HSPF. There's been that for years. And I'm sure they have the direct equation from HSPF2 to the new COP number. And that you go back and forth. It's no big deal. We can get you that calculation. You don't have to invent it. It's already out there. All the manufacturers use it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. I see no more hands raised, and I'm sure there's lots that we could discuss on this. I would like to move to 279 Gary and have that introduce. What I would love to do today is to have the tag maybe not vote on an exact proposal, but vote on a direction, because we have 3 vastly different directions with the proposals, and 279 Gary and 279 Johnny are, I'm assuming, not vastly dissimilar, but vote on a direction between the 3 of them today, so that at least whatever work groups are formed, they have some parameters on what they're going to work on. That's what I would like to do today. So, Johnny, I saw your hand up, but if you have a closing word, we can go for that.
Let's go. Yeah, let's do that. What you're
Okay.
saying.
So 279 Gary. So Gary, you have the floor to talk about the suggested changes you're making to 279.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess and I think you can scroll all the way down until you find blue text, which is down a ways. Keep on going. Stop. Real quickly, not a whole lot of thought into this, but we've talked about whether to change or increase the number of credits required. This is just to throw it out there. What I did here is I took the old credits and I doubled them, just as a starting point. I don't know if that's achievable or if that's correct. I guess the point being that I think it's certainly appropriate to wherever we land on the metrics for calculating the credits, that we make sure that we are advancing the number of credits required, so we do keep on advancing the energy efficiency of the code. So that's my point here. I didn't do any calculations on that other than taking the number times 2. So keep on going down until we find some more blue. Getting close. Okay, let's stop right there. And again, further prefacing this, remember that the fossil fuel path required 2 to 7 times more credits for buildings using fuel-fired equipment than it did for electric equipment, which I think is, I believe, is a clear violation of the new languages passed with I 2066. Unfortunately, and I want to acknowledge that Johnny's done a lot of work here in putting together a new proposal. This one is based upon his original proposal, not on his modified proposal. But his proposal really does not change the number of credits required and still does severely penalize natural gas equipment because now the credits as calculated will use the least efficient equipment available for that. And basically what it's using is a natural gas equipment baseline, an efficiency of 0.8 for space heating as the baseline, and either 0.6 or 0.8 as the baseline for water heating. And the comparison again is based upon site energy, which just does not treat this equipment fairly. And before we dig into this a little bit, would you mind if,
I mean,
if
to the extent that you're going to talk about site versus source?
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay,
I just want to point out I don't want to debate it. I want to put this out in front of folks to digest it just a little bit and to look at it. I don't want to get into a debate on site versus source. Simply lay out maybe a construct to be considered in the event that the council does decide to move towards source energy. But if I could just share my screen for a couple of minutes, I just want to illustrate, I think, what I've just mentioned, that there is still a huge penalty. Okay, what do I want to share? Just share screen. Yeah. Share. Okay, and let me know if you can see this.
I see it. Yep.
Okay.
Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah. And so not extremely well organized, but the point here being is what I've done is over here, I've tried to make a comparison between natural gas and heat pumps. I've chosen just in this particular example, an R2 occupancy. Over here on the right, I have included for all the different occupancies there, what the old fossil fuel path required in terms of total credits and what Johnny's original proposal is. And I know that he had tried to kind of match up for the most part those there. So going back over here, I want to point out that, and I want to concentrate down here on water heating because for R2 occupancies, I think water heating is the primary driver there. That if you wanted to use a natural gas for water heating, and here I'm showing a natural gas efficiency of 97% compared to that 80% baseline, and that water heating option would earn 70 credits according to the calculation. For the heat pump, and so that would earn 70 credits. It would mean that you would need another 220 additional credits if you wanted to go the route in utilizing natural gas. Over here in the blue, I just plugged in a 3 COP heat pump water heating system. And you can see that that single measure would earn 293 credits. So that single measure would get you to the 290 required. You would not have to do anything else from the credits table to reach that 290 credits. However, because you need 220 additional credits, for that fossil fuel, and I just picked these as examples, you would have to do all of these things over here in green. You'd have to install a high performance dope glass, do the lamp efficiency measures, add a lot of renewable energy, do a shower drain heat recovery system, proper sizing on surface water distribution, and enhanced air leakage. You would have to do all of those things, for example, to get the 220 points additional required to meet the requirement. So I would say that this does not change the disparate requirement between buildings that use natural gas or heat pumps. And that although it might be a little bit more of an elegant construct that Johnny has proposed, does not solve the problem at all. And I would say that it still, in this case, would violate the intent and the language in terms of not discouraging or penalizing systems using natural gas. So I can stop sharing and give the screen back. And then I can just walk you through what I did. And again, we won't get into the debate on site versus source necessarily. But here's what I think could be a relatively simple fix to utilize Johnny's construct by simply, rather than using the site energy efficiency of the equipment, you would take the site energy efficiency and divide it by the source energy factor to come up with the source energy efficiency, and then base all of the credits. Then you could use a single baseline as he proposed, but then all options would be compared on a source energy basis. I've pulled these source energy factors, both for electricity, natural gas, propane, and fuel oil from ASHRAE Standard 105, and I've listed the tables there. I've also stated that, the ASHRAE Standard 105 2021 was based on 2018 eGrid data.
Okay, Gary, you're really
getting too much. Okay.
Debate.
All
So,
right.
This will be discussed by the council. This tag voted to not discuss this anymore. And
I just wanted to let you know where I got the factors from.
Okay.
And that's
right.
it. I did the same thing for water heater below. We don't have to go any further on this proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. I see some hands raised for questions. Dwayne.
Yeah, listening to this discussion, it does point up that heat pumps for space heating and water heating are dramatically more efficient than electric resistance or gas appliances across the board. And so this seems to me to be a system that rewards the high efficiency of heat pumps rather than penalizing the lower efficiency of gas.
Mind if I respond, Joe?
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct on a site energy basis, Dwayne. My point is if you're comparing different fuel sources, it's not a fair comparison on a site energy basis. If you're going to compare different sources, energy sources, it needs to be done on a source energy basis. That's simply the point. Thanks.
Sure. And given the continuing direction for Washington State utilities, within the lifetime of equipment that gets installed in the next few years, will be down at or close to a zero carbon energy for the entire state. And therefore the site versus source business vanishes. So I'm not convinced by, I've been convinced by that argument if we were living in Ohio, but maybe not here. Thanks.
It's Dwayne Poppy.
Well, I will not address the site versus source questions, except to say that we're talking about systems here and not necessarily fuel types. So electric resistance, for example, would be have its related additional credits that it would need similarly to gas. So the only other thing that I wanted to point out is that we're not comparing gas necessarily to an electric baseline or comparing those fuels. The baseline is mostly gas. So that's really what we're looking at for 2006. So we're mainly comparing gas to gas in that sense. And my main question is actually for Gary. Other than the site versus source, which it seems like that's a key element of this proposal, unless I'm missing something and not following all the other pieces. Other than that issue, what is it that this proposal has that, for example, the Johnny proposal doesn't? I just think it's always helpful to have the proponents of the proposals explain how their proposal is different than the other proposal and why they think that certain elements of it are important and potentially missing in the other proposal.
Well, I think the key and virtually the only difference here is calculating credits based on either site energy or source energy. Site energy works fine if you're comparing like to like, gas to gas and electric to electric. So the primary difference is Johnny's proposal is still based upon site energy. My proposal would change that to base it on source energy. That's the difference.
But we are essentially comparing gas to gas. It's gas to the gas baseline. Are you talking about within the context of the credits that one side gets more or less,
Yes.
even though they're being compared to a similar? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular case, you're right. You're comparing high efficiency gas to minimum efficiency gas, but the other option is you can compare a heat pump to that low efficiency gas. So in that particular example, you're comparing a heat pump to natural gas standard efficiency.
We could just as easily compare it to electric resistance and have a similar outcome. So it's not really about the fuel, it's about the systems. But I do have a question, a kind of a process question for Chell. If we have proposals that are explicitly about the site versus source question, should we be addressing those proposals before we get a decision from the council?
Yeah, I'm trying to limit discussion and debate on them because we have intentionally kicked that up to the council level for a decision. So I would rather not take action on one proposal on a proposal. I mean, I think we could take action on 279 as an intent because it includes both site and source for, you know, and could accommodate a decision by the council. But I don't want to accept a proposal that is only based on source or only based on site until we have that decision from the council. But I would like to take action today on a direction between the three proposals listed in the first item of the agenda, which is which direction do we want to go in as far as this C4 1.3 section and how it affects the rest of the code. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, Deepa.
Yeah, thank you, Chell. I just want to clarify something you just said as well, which is my understanding was it's not just that we kicked up this conversation on site versus source to the full council, but that while they're making this decision, we are to assume that we are still using site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And yeah, but I would like to, you know, maintain the option. I don't want to have everybody recalculate anything on source right now based on what the council said. Yeah. So, okay. But I also don't want to discuss it to death as well today.
Okay. So, I just wanted to clarify what our what the council directed us to do in the interim while they're making this decision. Thank you.
Yep, that was a good question. Larry.
Here's the thing that I see as a contractor out here. And I hear Shell constantly saying that heat pumps are more efficient than gas furnaces or gas boilers or whatever. But here's the reality that I see. At my house, I have the most efficient system. I mean, I got a modulating gas furnace. I have a heat pump, and I have zoning. Okay. And but Louise, the accountant, she won't use the heat pump because it's cold heat. And then on top of it is when we see commercial equipment out here, and here's something that we've just done, and there's been numerous ones. The fire station put in this super unit that has heads in every room, and they paid $50,000 for the unit. Okay. And this is a heat pump system. And there's a lot of them around Seattle too. And I heard the nightmares when I went over there. But so then they spent $75,000 trying to get it fixed. And then they paid me $75,000 to pretty much rip most of it out and replace it. And so, yes, these things are super efficient, but they don't last. If they last, they didn't even last 6 years. Okay. And a lot of this commercial equipment only has a 1 year warranty on it. Okay. And when you're paying that kind of money to keep doing this over and over, what kind of taste do you leave in the mouth of the customer? Okay. Yeah, it's super efficient, but you got to remember that heat pump is running 24/7. It is nonstop. So if you went out there and you ran your car 24/7, how long do you think it would last?
No.
It just doesn't last. And typically the gas equipment, we're getting 30 years out of it. I don't think we can get 10 years out of this commercial equipment. And so the cost to go in and repair all these refrigerant leaks, trying to find the complexity of it all, even with the factory people helping you, it's extremely expensive. And you just don't see the pain that these people go through. And when you start figuring all these costs that we have to in the field go out and do, it's a no-brainer. You don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to recommend it to my customers because it doesn't have a proven record. And so you've spent more in carbon footprint than you ever gained. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I was contacted by a news station a year or 2 years ago, maybe, or a year ago, about a builder that had misinstalled gas appliances and they had all frozen up and left people cold in the winter. So I think there's lots of individual stories that can be pointed out about equipment failing and being misinstalled and costing a lot of money to fix. So,
but it's not misinstalled, Shell. It just literally wears itself out. Okay, because you're running 24/7, and in special our area where it's extremely cold, and you look at the temperatures those windings are seeing, and it's derating the windings. Okay, and then you have the efficiency. Let's talk about the efficiency. How did they get the efficiency that you're talking about? They punched the coils out paper thin. And when you start running the refrigerant through something like that, it wears and it causes leaks. And yeah, they got these out of sight efficiencies, but they wear. And when they wear, they get holes in them. And then it's a real nightmare trying to figure out where the hole is. And then to try and we have one lady that's waited 6 months for a piece of equipment to get her mini splits going. 6 months. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, Dwayne.
I just want to respond briefly that we shouldn't be using anecdotes like this to determine our direction. We should be looking at industry research on longevity of equipment. the heat pump that I have in my house gives nice warm heat. I don't know what this cold heat thing is about, but sometimes you just have to get your learning curve up to where you're installing these things properly. But they run beautifully and they run for long periods of time for lots of people. And let's not talk about individual anecdotes. Let's talk about actual verified maintenance costs.
Yep, I agree. Nathan.
Well, here comes my quick anecdote. Sorry. I live in climate zone 6. It's as cold as anywhere, more cold than anywhere other than the northernmost eastern counties of Washington. I converted from a condensing natural gas boiler system to air source heat pumps. Larry, I have the data on my house, including defrost, about how much more efficient I am on a site basis. I don't want to get into site versus source, but it heats my house in a cold climate with defrost cycles much more efficiently than my condensing gas system did.
And you look at Efficiency Maine, and they've deployed 40,000 residential heat pumps in a climate that's colder than much of Eastern Washington. So, I mean, it's not a new technology. It's a widely deployed technology. I don't want to be disparaged as a new or inherently flawed technology. I don't think that's accurate. Poppy.
Yeah, just a quick comment on process. I think that I definitely think that these conversations are interesting and I think they're necessary. The points that Larry's bringing up in conversation in general. But I think if we're going to get through a lot of these proposals, that we should make sure whenever we're making a comment that it relates specifically to a point in the proposal at hand. And I think that'll help us kind of focus more on the relevant issues, because we all have a lot of experience in this industry and a lot of interest in it. A lot of us are energy efficiency and energy geeks. We could geek out on this all day, but I think it's not that it's not important. It's just that we need to have things be really germane to the proposals at hand.
Appreciate that, Poppy. I think that's true, and I'm going to try and keep things to the discussion. So I think we've discussed this one. The third one or fourth one, depending upon how you're looking at it, is Larry's proposal. And we've discussed it a little bit earlier. It is 285. And so Larry, you have the floor to add anything to the discussion on this one.
Okay. When I looked at everything and I seen what Gary put on the board, it's very clear to me that you can't have a point system between electric heat pumps, natural gas heat pumps, because you're gonna give one's gonna be different than the other, and I can see we already have a great difference of opinions of how we think efficiency is here. And even though you have a number, I don't believe that number is really justified after the experience. I've been in this field since 1977, okay? And I see all the good and I see all the bad. And it's not that a lot of this equipment was misinstalled. It just fails, okay? And we've sent the equipment out to have it looked at, and they tell us what the answers are. Okay. But so when you see Gary's example of how many more points are coming, there's no way you can justify one over the other. And when I look at 19.27A.160, and to me, if you build a house with gas in it in 2006, and you need to be, or let's talk about a hospital. You build a hospital with gas. So if you're going to build it in this day and age, you're going to have to be 70% better than what you were. Okay. But if you build it with a heat pump, and back then you could get a COP of 2, that means you've got to get 70% better than what you did back in 2006 with your heat pump system. Okay, because it doesn't disintegrate what it is. It says what you had in 2006 and what you have now. And when I was in here in 99, we always talked about how we improve the envelope and to 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 derate one piece of equipment versus another. I don't think it in the law is very clear. 2066 law says you can't do that. And here we are trying to do it. And so I just don't believe it can be done. And then on top of it is I deal in a lot of industrial work. Okay. And we use steam. We have to use steam for many, many different reasons. Okay. And whether it's flour dust or if you're working in a lumber yard and you've got to dry the lumber and all of those kinds of things. I mean, there's so many that you could point to that they can't change their process. They can't use heat pumps. And so how are we going to do something like this? I don't believe it can be done. And I do believe that you can be more efficient, but I don't believe we should have one piece of equipment over another. And that's the reason why I wrote what I did. Now I can see from just the talk here about how you guys think you can do it, but I really think you're going to put yourself in a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, Greg.
Yeah, so as I'm looking at your proposal, it looks like, at least with all due respect, I think Gary's 183 is a bit more developed. They're kind of addressing the same things as this one. And then also, I think we've had some great conversations. And I think there's obviously more looking into Johnny's 279. I think both versions of it, I mean, they're, from what I've heard, they're just one site and one source. And so I would like to, and then regarding 183, we have a conversation that we've had that whether we're going to use NIA's, whether we're going to use Gary's 183's service water heating into Johnny's proposal, or whether we use existing codes. So we still are evaluating those three options. So for that reason, I would like to motion that we table Johnny's 279 and Gary's 183 with the intent that we'd see if we can find convergence on those. And then we would dismiss this proposal that we're seeing on the screen.
Okay, that's a motion, Greg?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion?
For the sake of discussion, yes. This is Kevin.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I was hoping today we could choose a direction and not necessarily approve one of the three major proposals, but choose a direction as a tag so that everybody can work on improving one of the proposals rather than improving multiple proposals, and that would not preclude ideas from one proposal going into another proposal, but it would at least give everybody a direction so that we can move forward with speedily. So I guess I'm going to say that was my hope for today, and I thought I outlined that. Your motion wouldn't necessarily do that, so I wanted to make that comment. So the motion, I'm just going to repeat the motion. The motion is to table 183 and the 279 proposals, and then disapprove 285, which is what we're looking at. That's the motion. I wanted to be clear that that's the motion. Poppy.
Yeah, I agree with the path that you just laid out, Chell. I think that might be the best approach to do that, as opposed to tabling both proposals. And I also want to say, though, with when we do that, I think we should identify what some of these outstanding issues are and ensure that we address them within the context of that. Because I think the issue that Larry is bringing up here about what exactly is the efficiency of the heat pumps and how do we determine that? I think that we have a lot of research and information on that, but if there's other research that contests that, or we need to discuss that within the context of developing the credits, we can do that, but we just want to make sure that all of these issues are actionable, or that we determine what our actual action as a tag is, as opposed to just kind of debating it. We're here to actually deliberate and make decisions. And so I think we can do that within the context of one of the other proposals.
Thanks, Puppy. I am looking at my Robert's Rules of Order while we're talking now, and a motion to table I don't think is debatable.
Then could I, to make it more clear, maybe it's not to tables, to move forward. I guess we'll change the phrasing so we can, because I think the debate is valuable to have.
Yeah, move forward in what, move to the council?
No, not move forward. It's as choosing our, we would continue to look at the two. And then after we've, within the tag. So we're not moving forward any final decision, just continue looking, and then we can table them afterwards.
Okay, to continue to debate today on these two, but to essentially disapprove 285.
Yeah, I mean, and essentially, I think our intent is the same. I mean, my intent is as yours. It's I just don't want to lose the language that Gary has proposed if it gets embedded in 285. And so I just don't want to, I mean, I think there's some valuable not take it off the table yet. And so really we're only looking at, I mean, we have two paths, 279.
Yep,
And
I think I understand that. And Kevin, since you are the second of the motion, do you want to clarify or speak to the motion?
Yeah, and I guess I had a question for Greg. So we had 4 proposals. You're trimming them down to 2 that we're considering?
Well, I think what the motion is to keep both 279s in play, as well as 183.
Okay, that was my understanding. I just wanted to make sure. No, I have nothing additional to add. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dwayne.
The two 179s are fundamentally opposed to each other, and so I think trying to like come up with a compromise or an amalgam of the two, I think is going to just burn more time. I think we need to pick one of them, and you can guess which one of them that I want to pick, and use that as the basis for all of our modifications going forward, and not just try to somehow come up with some miracle bridge between the two ideas. So I'll vote against the motion.
Okay. And I think if one of the 279s passes, or both of them, I mean, if the council is going to come back to us in a month and tell us that we should do one or the other. So I guess I don't really want to spend a lot of time debating between the two 279s at this point. Lisa.
Yeah, I agree with Dwayne's point. It really feels like there are 3 approaches that the tag is considering right now, and perhaps it's a little bit confusing, saying we have 2 279s. Perhaps one of them needs to be renamed so that it's clear that we have 3 distinctly different things that we are sending forward that will be decided upon as the path eventually. And so I guess I don't know if that's asking if they would accept it as a friendly amendment, that we would actually break this out into 3 distinct paths and number them differently. don't know if that,
I mean,
if they
I
crossed,
guess
if
the
they
way I
considered
see it
friendly.
from a process standpoint is the only difference between 279 Johnny and 279 Gary is the site versus source discussion. And we have agreed not to talk about that or not to try and take action on that until after the council tells us to do stuff. So I think we have a 279 and it has a site option and a source option. And so I don't want to spend time talking about the difference between the 279s. I think it would just be frustrating if we do that.
And as
Sure,
the
well-
motion maker that just respond to your friendly amendment, I agree with Shell. Like I don't view it as being two separate options of 279s. I view them as being the same with site versus source, and we're not going to discuss site versus source. So, we're just looking at 279, and we have. So that's, even though both options are on the table, so we can adjust to whatever the council direction is.
As the maker of the second, or however you say that, conjugate that verb, can I make a comment as well, or wait? Should I wait?
Sure. I mean, you're up in a couple people, so go ahead now.
Okay. Just to follow up what Greg said, I don't see the motion on the table to be picking a single path that the tag presents to the council, but rather limiting the options that we could present to the council. There's certainly precedent that we've presented more than one option for consideration for the council and for public comment. So that was my intent behind that.
Yep. And this is not to approve it to go to the council. This is just to continue to discuss the 279 and 183, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Lisa, you're up.
Yeah. One last question, and perhaps this is a question for Johnny, the proponent, is when we get direction, the site versus source direction, I'm assuming that's going to change some details in the original 279. And so I'm with Dwayne. I'm not sure how I want to vote for this because it's kind of unclear to me.
Okay,
what's
I'm
going
going
to
to try
happen to
and just make it.
279.
I'm just for time purposes, I'm going to try and make it. I think what this motion functionally does is it disapproves 285 and doesn't really do anything else. So that's my interpretation of the functional outcome of the motion, despite what the words used are. So I think that's the motion on the table, is to disapprove 285 and continue discussion on the other ones.
You're correct. And also the intention is that after this, we would table the ones that we were going forward with because we've already discussed them. So
Okay.
that would be follow-up, not part of this motion, but it would be intent that what we would do next, so we can move through the day and get through the rest of our work.
But I'd like to vote separately on all three of these things we're talking about right now and not combine anything at this point.
I agree. This is a difficult motion to vote on.
I think the motion right now is the only motion on the table that has got a second right now is to disapprove 285, and really it functionally does nothing else. So we could vote on this motion disapproving 285 and then make another motion to do something else. And I feel like.
Could I call the question then? I'd like to vote immediately.
Yep. Okay, so call the question requires a 2/3 vote. So we're going to do a roll call. I guess is there a second on the call the question?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. So that means we're going to do a roll call vote right now to basically end debate, and then we will vote on whether 285 is disapproved or not. So this is a call to question vote. A yes vote is to end discussion on this motion. A no vote would be to continue discussion on this motion. So let's go down roll call.
Can I ask a question
Chell.
though?
Sure. Someone wants to ask a question?
Yeah, I think that this is confusing that you're saying that it's functionally about disapproving 285 when really that's not actually the way the motion was stated. And so we're doing a call to question vote, and then we're going to be voting on something that we don't really have clarity on what the motion is, because those are two separate things.
Would it be simpler if I just withdrew my motion and then had someone else do a motion to, Would that be
Yeah,
simpler?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion for simplicity.
Okay,
I agree to that. This is Kevin.
okay.
I got one, I want to make one clarification, but then I also want to bring a point of order here. I mean, I thought before you spoke, we're supposed to raise our hand. And I've been trying to follow that all day. And it isn't happening.
Larry,
Okay.
I've called on you many times today, and
No, but what
I've called on
what
you in the order in which you have raised your hand generally.
no, Shell, what the problem is people just start speaking, they don't even raise their hand. Okay. And so I want to make a point of clarification back a little bit. Spokane is extremely dry in the summer and in the fall. But in the winter and in the spring, we have very high humidity. And that's probably why we have a lot of our problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay. Someone could make a motion now and to disapprove 285 or to do something else.
I'll make a motion to move forward Johnny Coker's 279.
Okay, and does that include disapproving 285 and 183 as well, or is that just to move forward with 279?
Well, to clarify, can I get a clarification? Is your motion to move forward like to the council, or are you wanting to move forward development in a work group?
Move forward to development with the work group. So we're going to
So
let.
what
And
if that's
and
the, oh, sorry.
I was just say the preference, what I'm trying to accomplish with this motion is that, and this is, I think what Dwayne Johnlin mentioned is that to give the TAG members an opportunity to vote on each item individually versus doing it as a package.
Okay, so the motion is only just to continue discussing 279? Johnny?
Well, I'm not really saying to discuss it further today. It's just,
Okay.
I think that today we were able to provide Johnny with additional information so that he can do additional development, and then so that it'll be brought up at a future meeting, and then we could have the same vote
Greg
for the
was.
others.
Get clarity on the motion. And the motion, is it to select Johnny 279 as the primary one we're going to discuss and then essentially disapprove the other ones? Or I just want to hear the motion.
Shell, let's not ask about the other ones yet.
Okay, so it's just to, I guess I'm trying to understand, because it's not approving it.
Would it be more efficient just to vote on the 285 and then table the, you know what I mean? And then, because people said they want to vote individually, we vote on that one and then you can table the other ones and you don't need a motion to move forward because you just tabled them.
Yeah,
I don't understand the purpose of the motion. We can always discuss things. We can always postpone them.
Yeah,
I'm confused.
Yeah, I agree. I want a motion that does something functional, and right now,
Okay, fair enough. Perhaps you can provide me with some Robert's Rules guidance here on this one, as the goal of what I'm trying to say is that we're going to allow that proposal to continue further development to proposal 279 Part B, further development go into that one. That one is basically we're going to be waiting for guidance from the council on what to do, and then the other one, 183, just let them all go forward. Let them folks continue to work on them. They're not, being done away with, and then let someone else make a motion on 285.
okay, that was a motion, and I'm trying to. Could you restate that?
Why do we need a motion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't. That's where I'm kind of getting confused about all this. If we don't need a motion, then great. We just,
Well, I was interpreting what you were saying. I was about to second this as saying, yes, we're going to use this one as our model for further development going forward.
Yeah, 279.
Yep. The Johnny motion, and that's what I was planning to second.
And that would imply that we would not be using the other ones, correct?
We will find that out when we vote on the other ones.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, because
Okay, so the motion is simply to use 279 Coker as the primary vehicle for dealing with 41.3 going forward for the tag, but not forwarding it on to the council.
yeah, I guess, yes, that,
Okay.
thank you, Dwayne. I'm not saying this correctly, I apologize, but yes, that accomplishes what I'm trying to do.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. It says nothing about 285 or 183 or 279, Gary. But it says we're going to move forward with 279 Johnny as the primary vehicle for the tag. That is the motion as I understand it. And thank you for helping me understand the motion. We have a motion and a second. Lisa or Dwayne, do you want to speak to the motion?
I think that it's a well thought out approach. It needs a few more technical jabs, and it might be that there's items that we can pull in from the other proposals to make it stronger and fairer for everybody. But we've got to make some kind of decision and start moving forward instead of just waffling between the two.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Dwayne, thank you. I agree that it's a very good framework. And then when we get more information in the future, we'll have the opportunity to refine it based on that new information. But as a baseline or a framework, it's very well put together. And I think it helps us accomplish what we need to.
Thanks, Lisa. And we've heard lots of discussion on all of the proposals here. So I only want to hear discussion on the motion and new information that hasn't already been said today. So let's keep this pithy. Go ahead. And then we'll take a break in about 10 minutes. We've been here for 2 hours, so we'll take a break in like 10 minutes. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, this is on the motion. I understand the intent of the motion, but I'm getting a little bit confused about the language we're using. In the past, when we've decided to move forward with a specific proposal and work out the details of that proposal, we had a motion to approve the proposal. It wasn't necessarily moving on to the council yet because we were going to continue working on it. And I think we already have the TSPRs in that category. So it seems like the motion should be clear about whether or not we're approving it or not. And I also agree that this is the right proposal to work within, because the other proposal for site versus source, that would be dealt with separately as part of the other proposal. And once that decision is made, this Johnny 279 would actually be updated to be site or source depending on that. So it doesn't mean that that other proposal isn't important or relevant, but it's kind of moot considering the what the council is deliberating on currently.
I would consider that a friendly amendment. I think Lisa might as well, to say that to amend this to say that we would be voting to approve this with the knowledge that we are that this tag is going to continue to make changes and improvements.
Yes, I accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Poppy.
Okay. The motion is to approve 279 Johnny with the notion that we will revisit it. Go ahead, Kevin. Kevin, I don't hear you.
On mute.
Okay.
No longer. I object to this motion. I don't think it's fair to approve a body of work that is incomplete. I don't think that's appropriate. I think you make a motion on work that's complete and then move on to other business. I think it's more appropriate to table or postpone until work is complete and then decide at that point. I know the tag is done differently in the past, but I just don't think that's appropriate procedurally. Also, I'm curious, I wanted to wait until all the the proposals were heard to make some comments that really cover all of this. I'm curious why we're abandoning consensus-based, developed, and historically sound standards like IECC and ASHRAE 90.1 in favor of something that was cooked up by a small committee for this purpose. It astounds me why we're reinventing the wheel here. And also, I'm confused how this actually addresses what I can see is the triple forces that we have to align here, which is the 70% use reduction statute, the I-2066 language, and EPCA. And I think there are many interpretations of those different forces, but I see a very narrow window of options that address all three simultaneously. And one is IECC and ASHRAE that use energy cost basis for the base code, and then they use site energy for credits, but they compare like-to-like technologies. So heat pumps to heat pumps and furnaces to furnaces, for example. This is tried and true. This is the basis of many state codes, Oregon's in particular. I just don't see how else we can thread the needle without addressing this fundamental issue. And I think the proposals on the table don't do that quite yet. And I think it's premature to approve anything and move forward without having addressed these fundamental issues. And if that means waiting, well, that's too bad.
Okay.
And
against the motion.
That's my motion. I don't have a subsequent motion, but those are my comments. Oh, one more thing. HSPF2 does include defrost. If you look at DOE Appendix M1, there's a long discussion about how that test is performed, and it's intended to reflect real world conditions. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I think Kevin made some really good points, but I have a question about the motion. Is that related to Johnny Coker's whole proposal or specifically the modification that he was presenting today?
It would be the.
Go ahead,
Go
Lisa.
ahead, Dwayne. I was saying my intent was that it was going to be the whole proposal, with all the new amendments that he incorporated based on feedback from the working group.
That's my understanding also.
Greg.
So I get the intent of the motion. I'm in support of continuing to work with Johnny to improve his, and address everything we've addressed today and continue to further it, which is, I think, one option we should be doing, and then bring it back here. But procedurally, I think the motion kind of misses the point, because once you forward a proposal up to you can't forward a proposal, approve a proposal, which is effectively forwarding it up to the MVPE committee. You can't approve it and then have changes to it after the fact. And so the proper procedure is to table something, continue to work on it. Then when it's complete, you send it up. And so we have a problem already with how we handle the TSPR. We had a proposal that had some errors in it that need fixing, and we've already approved it to go up. And so now if we want to fix those errors on the TSPR, we have to do a motion to reconsider and then fix those errors and then send it back up. And that creates a big mess. And so we're creating the same big mess here. And so I agree with, we should continue working on it, but not, a proper procedure. What we should have done is we should disapprove the ones we want to disapprove and table the other ones we want to keep working on.
Thanks, Greg. I don't find the motion out of order, but I understand your process questions, and I think everybody's agreeing here that we will have to do a motion to reconsider later. Yeah, you're bringing up good points, Lisa.
Yeah, I agree with you in that for both the TSPR proposal and this one, that it's understood additional work is going to be necessary. And part of that is sorting out how these values, the additional efficiency credit values we're going to be getting new model values, and we don't know how that's going to happen. However, if we don't make decisions on some of these larger items soon, if you go through the list of all the other proposals we have to consider, there are many, many overlaps amongst the other proposals to these. And it will be very difficult, I think, that if we don't have some direction now, so that we have that as, okay, this is an approach that we have decided that we're going to approve as a tag with refinements necessary, so that we will have that in mind as we're considering all the other proposals in front of us. So that's the primary reason why I feel we need to act on this sooner than later.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, Poppy, and then we're going to do a roll call vote on the motion.
Yes, I agree with Lisa. I also understand the concerns, but I would just point out that we're not actually sending this off by approving it. We're not effectively sending it to the MVE committee. We are going to have to approve the entire package internally as a tag before we move it forward. And so we have ample opportunity to make those changes. And I think a lot of these outstanding issues really have to do with the credit table and how we establish those credits. And so I think we will still have an opportunity to deal with those as well. So we're not saying that those things don't need to be dealt with. Thank you.
Well, point of order, just to clarify, per Robert's rules, we don't have the power. I mean, we have to motion to reconsider,
That's
and
true.
by approving it, we're actually sending it to the MVP. I know that's not the intent, but that's what we're doing. So,
But
I was
don't
going
we
to
have
correct that
to
as well.
approve? Don't we have to approve the entire package
No,
first? We
no,
just need
we
individual ones?
approve individual proposals, or we deal with all 160 proposals either through approving them, denying them, or modifying them and approving them or denying them. And then they all will go up to the committee and council. So we don't need to approve a package as a whole, but what we've done in the past, our practice has been to approve some, and then as we approve others, we will modify some of them. And so we have in the past many times approved a proposal and then modified it to align with other proposals and better ideas and that kind of thing. So but Greg is correct that we don't approve the entire package at the end is in one fell swoop or something like that. All right, let's do a roll call vote. The motion is to approve 279 Johnny, including amendments. And that's what a yes vote is. A no vote is to not approve 279 Johnny. Let's do roll call.
Margaret Montgomery.
Abstain.
Not trading in Trump's currency of hate.
Kim Barker.
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson.
Yes.
Nick Massey.
No.
Sean Fig.
Yes.
Greg Johnson.
no, because it's premature.
Nathan Miller.
Yes.
Irina Respetness.
Abstain.
Kevin Dwell.
No.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Larry Andrews.
No, because it's not complete. Thank you.
Just to be clear,
Point of order.
we're looking for a yes or a no. There is no supplementary statement with a yes or no.
No,
I apologize for doing the same.
No worries. We're all, lots of people are new to Robert's rules.
Lisa Rosenau.
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Well done.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
I didn't hear Luke.
Yes.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Deepa.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-4 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. It is time for a break. We've been here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. We will see you again in 5 minutes at 10:50. Okay. All right, we are back. Everybody got their cup of coffee or tea or whatever and ready to dive in. We are back and we can and should deal with 183, 285, and so I'll entertain motions to table or do something else with those proposals. And then we'll
Can
move
I-
on to section 403. Go ahead, Greg.
First, I just want to say I apologize for adding that. I knew better than saying that. I just was trying to show that I was not. Liked working with Johnny, and we were doing a good job with Johnny, so I wasn't opposed to his proposal. I just, you know what I mean? That was premature. But I apologize. I knew better. I shouldn't have said that during the voting.
That's okay, Greg. This is pretty informal here, and I just wanted to remind people of the rules. So no worries. No demerits. All right. So we still have 183 and 285 on the table. We could table them. We could approve or disapprove them in parallel to what we just did with 279 Coker. So I'll entertain motions to do any of those things. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, motion to postpone 183 and 279 Gary, or whatever we're calling it.
Is that a motion to table?
Postpone.
What does that mean?
Well, okay. I know we've been a little loose with this. Technically, something has to be voted on to be pulled from the table, but I think we've just been postponing it indefinitely, which I don't want to get too hung up on the Roberts rules here.
Okay, I guess, yeah, I'm maybe not familiar with a motion to postpone, but I am familiar with a motion to table, which would
Let's do
basically
that
mean
then.
you'd take them up at a different date. Does that make
Let's
sense?
motion to the table then.
Okay, we have a motion to table both 183 and 285. And no,
279.
sorry, and 279, Gary.
Yeah.
I'll
Yep.
second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table. A motion to table is not debatable. So let's vote on the motion to table. And the motion to table, a yes vote is to table 183 and 279. Gary, a no vote would be to not table them. Let's do a roll call.
What is 183?
That was the first one we discussed today, which was, I think, a Gary proposal, which removes the entire 103, 401.3 section and does some other things.
And just to clarify, this is not the Andrews 285. So this is just the Gary ones.
Can I ask a clarifying question on the motion?
Certainly.
In the past, when we've had a motion to table, we've tabled to a time or a date, like later today or after something happens.
Technically, that'd be a motion to postpone. That usually requires a specific date or assumes the next meeting. Motion to table is technically permanent until something is pulled from the table, but I think we've been playing a little loose with that.
Got it. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so if the motion succeeds, then we will take these up at a future date.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a roll call on the motion. A yes vote is to table 183 and 279, Gary.
Okay, Margaret.
Margaret just told me she's out until 11:30.
Okay. And Marty's not available. Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Wayne, I
are
haven't
you there,
heard you.
Dwayne? Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Larry Andrews,
Larry?
you're muted, Larry. Dwayne, did you want to vote?
Yes.
Is that a yes or a yes vote?
That's a both.
Yeah.
Larry Andrews, Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
and Deepa Savarjan.
Abstain.
Motion carries 13-0 with 2 abstentions.
A motion carries. These two are now tabled to a future meeting. We still have 285 on the table. Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion to disapprove 285.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any
I'm
opposed
sorry,
say
I
no.
need to, can I
Sorry.
interrupt here? I had to go on mute for a second.
Oh.
What is the motion, please?
The motion is to disapprove 285, which is the one we see in front of us. Yep. So all in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I call
Any
for a
opposed?
division.
Any opposed say no. Okay,
All
motion.
abstain.
Okay, abstention. All right, motion passes. 285 is disapproved. And we are on to section 403.
But was there a call to divide the motion?
I call for a division, which means I call for a voice count for this.
You want a voice count. Okay.
Oh, right.
I heard 0 no's when I did the voice vote. So I think that would be it would just take more time to do, but if you're asking for it, let's do it. Okay, roll call vote on disapproving 285.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Nick Massey,
No.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Larry?
Larry, you're on mute. Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Motion carries 13-1 with one abstention.
Okay, the motion carries. All right, we're off to section 403 now. The first proposal is 194 Dwayne. So Dwayne, you have the floor when Krista, or now, or before when Krista brings that proposal up.
Muted. This allows several exceptions and just to increase constructability. These have come up over the last couple of years as we've worked through these, and they reflect what we, at least at Seattle, have been using as our interpretation of the code. So the first one you see up there just says in dwelling units, if you you have a certain allowance for electric resistance in each room, and you can combine those so that you could have a little more in one and a little less in another. That was a request from the housing industry. I left our informative note in there, but Krista, is that even allowable in our state code?
We have a few, but we don't really have an allowance for it. Most of the informative notes are in appendices and stuff.
Okay, well, maybe we should.
Can't really inform because it's up to the jurisdictions to enforce. And
Fine. So just consider this one to be stricken, that informative note. With the exception number 18, we added research labs and then clarified what it was that the exception did there, that you could use fossil fuel to run your generators and so forth. The 19 is for standby heating equipment. Once again, it's stuff that's there that's not typically used, but if a system is down or being repaired, then we have that option, and we consider those to be rarely enough used that it was not a problem. Generators, obviously, you need generators to use fossil fuel, and finally, for those of you who have wastewater heat recovery projects going, this allows you to work with that heat from the wastewater, and a couple of things you have to do for that. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thanks, Dwayne. How does this apply? Would there be any changes since the tag just expressed or approved a preference for 279 Johnny? Does that have any bearing on this one?
I think that most of these exceptions still need to exist because we run up against reality where certain project types can't follow those same kinds of rules. So
okay, Thanks, Dwayne. Ben.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Tag. Speaking as not a member of the council today, but Eric Vandermeer, who is the proponent of GP 1249, which is scheduled right after this. I'm speaking on his behalf today. And if you look at that proposal, it's very similar to what Dwayne has here. And I guess I would propose, if it's amenable to Dwayne and the tag, that those two items be looked at together and potentially combined. Speaking to Eric, he didn't have any problems with kind of integrating what was being proposed in 249 with this proposal and what Dwayne was offering. There are a couple of differences based on the current Seattle Energy Code language, including additional items under exception 21, as well as bringing forward exception 22 that Seattle has for mechanical systems located outside the building thermal envelope.
So Ben, I would suggest that we deal with this one, and then when we bring yours up, we that will further modify what we've got here.
Yeah, that sounds great, Dwayne. So yeah, happy to let the tag discuss and review these, and then as you're looking at items to adjust, I would recommend pulling up the 249. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Greg.
Yeah, so I wanted to say, having reviewed both this one and Eric Vandermeer's in advance, I much prefer Eric Vandermeer's. I mean, essentially, you guys cover the same things. It's just the verbiage is a bit different, with the exception that you have 18 for essential facilities addressed, and Eric had 22 for the mechanical systems located out of the envelope. But aside from that, I mean, I would advocate that we look at Eric Vandermeer's first. If you prefer Dwayne, I mean, I could pick apart and give you the reasons why, but I mean, you guys are essentially accomplishing the same thing. And would you prefer that I went through and nitpicked, or would you prefer we looked at Eric's first?
That's why I suggested that we just deal with this one and then use Eric's to further modify.
I would advocate for the opposite, to use Eric's and then further modify yours, because the starting point. I mean, if you want, I can go through a nitpick, but
in the interest of time, I'd be amenable to looking at Eric's version first. You'll see a lot of the same words.
Okay, I think that's a fine thing to do. Why don't we look at them? We'll call it in parallel, but let's look at Eric's right now. And Ben, if you are the designated proponent, then go ahead and talk about it if you want.
Sure. And yeah, okay, thanks, Krista. So looking at it on the right side here, so as Dwayne already described, this brings forward several exceptions to C103.4 or 403.1.4, excuse me. And in addition to what we already looked at with Dwayne's, it has additional requirements for wastewater heat recovery heat pumps, including controls to use the compressor as a first stage of heating, and the sizing requirements that you see in 21.3. And then also includes an exception for mechanical systems located outside of the building thermal envelope. You will see some nuances in the language for items 19 and 21, where the language has been made to be fuel agnostic. So at the end, you'll see for 19 is permitted to be electric resistance or fossil fuel. In comparison to what Dwayne has, I think it just says to be electric resistance for item 19, and it's similar for item 21 for the auxiliary heating sources. Talking with Eric, he was amenable to including the additional exception language for exception 2, that Dwayne includes. So I think that could definitely be included in addition to what we see here.
And I think that I had some additional language for the standby heating equipment, right? Or do you have that wrapped in there already? Or no, for above that for the essential facilities?
Essential, yeah. Eric was also on board with including that.
So it looks to me like there's a potential motion we could make here, which is to accept the language from Eric Vandermeer's proposal, and add the language I had about residential units on the top from the Seattle ones, and the additional language for essential facilities.
That sounds like a motion to me.
Would it be
Is that-
accept or a motion to approve?
It'd be a motion to approve. A motion to approve as modified, the language that Eric Vandermeer came up with.
I'll second that motion, Dwayne. With discussion, I mean,
Oh, thanks. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Motion is to approve 249 with a few modifications, and while Krista makes those modifications, we'll go to comments. So Kevin, you're up.
Dwayne, I was going to make the same motion, although with a slight alteration. I'm wondering, on page 2 of Eric's proposal, I see that there is old language for exception 5 and 7. The current code struck electric resistance. I don't know if that matters at this point.
We should certainly note that and correct it, or note it. In the 2021 codes, it was changed based on a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, but I believe that all we're voting on is the stuff that's underlined.
Yes, that's true. Yep, that's true.
We're not voting
on
on a base language at all.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that.
Yep. Okay, go ahead, Larry. If you're done, Kevin.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Number 9, I don't think we can have number 9 say what it says in the existing unless you're striking it, but I don't think you're striking it.
To be clear, Larry, we would only be voting on the things that are changing. We wouldn't be voting on the black text in this proposal, like number 9.
Is that going to be during the 2066 version then? Because it talks about not having, you can't have this as a blanket exception, but how could you even have it? I mean, this basically says that you can't have fossil fuels in here, and then they gives you a bunch of exceptions when you can. So, I mean, I don't think that number 9 could stand on its own. I mean, and then the first paragraph, is that getting totally gutted in Eric's, or it looks like it was totally gutted in Dwayne's, but I didn't think it was totally gutted because in there it's already talking about in the first paragraph that you can't have fossil fuels or straight electric unless you follow one of these exceptions. So how could you have that with 2066? Thanks.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up good ideas, which were the proposal that we see in front of us do not modify C403.1.4 language, except for the exceptions that are the ones underlined. So the motion right now is only to modify the things that are underlined and in colors in front of us. That's the motion. Now, other proposals may modify the language that you mentioned, Larry. So I think we will talk about those other proposals in the future. We could, yeah. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just a quick, perhaps see if the proponent finds this as a friendly amendment. If you look at number 22, the title is Mechanical Systems Located Outside of the Building Thermal Envelope. I think that's a little bit confusing because we're not talking about a system outside the building envelope. We're talking about a system providing heating outside of the building envelope. So could we perhaps change that title to say, mechanical systems providing heating outside the envelope or something like that without repeating it? I'm not sure if I can come up with a correct title on the fly, but
well, if you look at the sentence right below it, right below that title sentence, it does say providing heat outside the building envelope.
Yeah, but the title is a bit confusing.
Yeah.
It could refer to, an air handling unit that's outside of the building thermal envelope is what it would seem to be covering. So I think I like what was suggested of providing heating outside of the building thermal envelope. I think that's clearer for readers.
Dan, is that okay with you?
That was Greg who seconded, and yes.
Yep. Okay, Lisa, was that it?
Yeah, just to add mechanical systems providing heating outside the building envelope.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Greg, you're up.
Yeah, just a couple friendly amendments. So scroll up to dwelling sleeping units, the part that we added in from Dwayne's language. So just in keeping in the same spirit of what we had before, should propose that we'd have or fossil fuel. And if you want the heating capacity, I mean, we can just do the 3.412 conversion to, for the same heating for those.
Yeah, I think that's probably a necessary amendment. So right on second to the bottom line, Krista, where it says electric resistance, you would say or fossil fuel.
Before the word heat, maybe?
Yeah.
Fossil fuel.
And it happened. Yeah, it happens a few times in the paragraph.
And then that just means on the 2.1 and 2.2, we have to show the equivalent to watts, which that's just taken the factor, so 3.412, and multiplying it by those numbers. So
in
here,
BTU.
which I can email it to Krista, but I mean that's the simple math, or we can convey it over the phone if you want it right now.
I think if you sent it and we just say parenthetically, we're going to have a number of BTU, I assume. That's an equivalent. We can always do, equivalencies like we do for inches and centimeters and stuff like that.
And I can give you those, or you can look them up online. I mean, anyone on this, tons of people on this call have all the BTUs. If it's easier, I can just email it. It's the simple.
I think email would be great.
Okay. And then the second friendly amendment, if you scroll down to number 18, where we have the essential facilities. So another friendly amendment here was, well, first I'll mention there's two little small concerns with how it's written. So it's just cleaning up, keeping the same intent. So one is where we say occupancies that require by regulation. So when you put in the words by regulation, what that legally means is only emergency and legally required standby generators. Optionally, standby generators don't qualify. A lot of essential, like in-home assisted care facilities, they don't legally have to have a backup generator. They have an optional generator. And then also, I see that you've adjusted to and research laboratories, but that doesn't cover everything. There's a lot of other essential locations like 911 that really want backup generators. So what I would propose is just to simplify that language for number 18 to say facilities with redundant backup systems are provided to use all energy sources and backup solutions for partial or full operations upon loss of power. And that would be a way just to simplify that 18, and you kind of as a catch-all to cover everything. And we wouldn't be limiting to just, I mean, that all energy sources.
That already exists in item 20, right?
Item 20, well, it is partially covered in item 20. The only thing is item 20 covers the generator side. It doesn't cover the backup heating side. So you might actually have a like a HVAC system that was emergency only.
Does this need more work than we want to do in the next 10 minutes or?
Well, let me read it to you and you can type it out and then just so
Yeah,
everyone see
send
it.
me the language, Greg. Just email it to me. I'm not gonna.
Okay, I'll type it or email it right now. It's very, very simple language. And we can continue discussing other things until you get this online shown.
All right. Well, that email is happening. Kevin, go for it.
Yeah, another amendment idea here. I'll hesitate to make a motion we can just talk about it. Exception 6, air to water heat pumps. I'm wondering about striking the words electric resistance through climate zone 5.
Okay, so Kevin, you're bringing up a subject that I guess we haven't addressed, which is, are we covering things that are not being modified by the proposal? And I assume that there is a proposal. I don't know for sure, but I assume there's a proposal that would modify 6 and any other and 9 and maybe many other areas where fossil fuel is specifically mentioned. But I haven't checked to see that we do.
I'm sorry, I believe you're correct, Shell. So
do you know if we have separate proposals for that?
I believe that's correct. So never mind. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. We're all friends here, so we're trying to just get through this all together. Okay, so Greg, have you sent any language?
I've sent it. It should be there in any minute.
All right. The word system should have an S on it, probably. Facilities that are under backup systems.
Yeah, and it's just supposed to be simpler language, just saying.
Yep. No, keep going. Sorry.
Thoughts, Dwayne, on that? The key word that we're retaining is upon loss of power. So we're retaining that key word upon loss of power. So it shows the intent that it's not a supplemental heat system. It's just loss of power system.
Yeah, and no, this comes up in healthcare and correctional that they have to have heat and they have to have backup heat, and this would extend it to so instead of the I2 and I3, this would be anybody who has
And if you want to add the word only before a loss of power, that might be in full operation, or right before upon, only upon loss of power. I think I missed the word only.
just backup solutions is a peculiar phrase, and I'm not sure what all it might encompass.
It would encompass basically, I mean, it's pretty broad, but it basically would encompass, like, if you had a natural gas air handler. It would also encompass backup generators, which is covered by 20, but also it would also cover a variety of systems. So it's pretty wide, but also we have the specificity of only upon loss of power. So that kind of, delineates, hey, this is just a backup system.
So we're talking in particular about backup heating.
Yes.
But
The question is,
it should be specific to that. It should say that backup heating systems.
Okay, we can add that in. We
And
could
then
just put in the word heating.
Excuse me, this is Rick Blumenthal. I have no way of raising my hand. I apologize. I just wanted to ask the question. So if you're in a hospital, it's got to be more than heating because the surgical rooms are kept cool, very cool.
Right, but that's part of the backup generator.
Right. So I'm just also backup solutions. So any solution, that means any fuel, coal, wood, anything. That's what that means. Just clarifying, because it's very broad. And then the only other question I have is does there want to be a limiting factor on this statement saying, until power is restored or some such thing like that? Thanks.
I could buy that.
I agree. Like we could put in the heating or cooling, so that way it accommodates yours. And
well, no, cooling's not the issue because that's already covered under generation, and this is another
well,
one.
there are some cooling systems that don't require generators necessarily that they could use, but those aren't really common.
I guess what I got out of that comment from Rick was, are we losing something by saying groups I2 and I3 occupancies by that sentence, by losing that sentence?
This just applies to all kinds of facilities, because grocery stores, and there's lots of things they need.
But so it's heating and power systems, right? That's what we're looking for.
Power system we got in item 20.
Yep.
And
okay.
So I'm thinking that this is about heating systems, and I would say any energy source instead of all energy sources.
Yeah. Okay.
I wrote it on the fly, so.
I appreciate this. Why don't we think about it for a minute and take testimony from a few other people? And I don't want to spend too much time wordsmithing this. If the wordsmithing lasts more than a few more minutes, we're gonna just come back to it later. So Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. I'm wondering now about the title of 18, Essential Facilities, if that's still relevant, or if it needs to be something else. I don't know what that would be, but
redundant backup heating systems. Call it redundant backup heating systems.
There you go.
That's what we're doing. All right, go ahead, Larry.
What I'm concerned with is some of this all says legally required, but I mean, some of these grocery stores that have freezers in them and some big walk-in coolers, they have backup power just for those. And then we also have facilities that aren't hospitals and they're not required, but they have air generators, oxygen generators for the people in there. And without the electricity, that wouldn't provide the power for loss of power. And they're not.
Will that be an optional standby power and exception?
Yeah, that is optional standby on 20.
But when I looked at 20, it said legally required standby.
Keep reading.
But then there's an or optional standby power.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks, Larry. Ben.
Thanks. And yeah, I guess similar to that comment, like as you're kind of generalizing item 18 here, I'm wondering if 19 and 20 are becoming pretty common with it in terms of what it's providing, and what's the difference between those three items at this point, and it would make sense to try to combine them or do some other language tweaks to it. Thanks.
I prefer to leave them separately because each one is a clear item that's allowing an exception there.
I mean, what would be the difference between redundant backup heating systems and standby HVAC heating equipment? I guess I don't know if that's a question for.
No, that I'm
Ag,
sorry.
and if,
I think you've got a good point there. So you're mentioning that what we've just written for 18 is already pretty much in 19, except and in fact is probably written better than what we just came up with for 18.
I agree. We could probably just get rid of 18 altogether.
Does that sound good, Ben?
Yeah, I think that would make sense. And yeah, I think 19 and 20 provide for the HVAC backup as well as the standby power generation for those other systems.
Okay. Kevin.
They just did it. Thanks.
Okay. All right, great minds think alike. Okay, we have a motion, and I'm assuming I'll just assume that the modified motion is to approve 249 with the edits we see on the screen and have done as a group. And I see no more hands up. So if nobody has more comments, we're going to vote on approving 249. And then I guess we haven't dealt with Dwayne's slightly similar version, but we'll approve 249, or we'll vote on it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I realized I had a question about what we're looking at right now, exception 2. Since the first sentence or the first part of the sentence is only about electric resistance, I'm not sure what the fossil fuel reference has to do in the second part, in the new part.
Well, it's going to be relevant on Johnny's well, two things on Johnny's proposal. There's discussion about not losing the exceptions applying to the equation he has.
Yeah.
And so that's still going to be relevant in there.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if we're putting in fossil fuel below, it needs to go in the language above in number 2. That was the intent. Otherwise, it just says.
Oh yeah, you're right. Good point, right there where the cursor is. Yes.
Or fossil fuel.
And was that consistent with what Dwayne was trying to do?
I think so.
Okay.
Good catch.
Okay, so the motion we're about to vote on is to approve 249 with modifications as we've been making over the last half hour or so. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. I guess, Krista, do we need to deal with the Dwayne's version of the same thing? Do we need to
Dwayne is going to withdraw his proposal.
Okay. Dwayne
Thank
withdrew
you,
his
Dwayne.
proposal. That makes it even easier. Thank you. Okay. All right, we are off to the next proposal, which is 286 Andrews. So Larry, your proposal is to strike out all of 403.1.4. You have the floor. All right, Larry, are you around? I'm not hearing you if you are. Okay, I think we will need to go to 218. Oh, Larry, are you around? I just heard a. Okay, we're gonna need to go to 218 Gaunt, and we'll come back to this proposal.
I was just pinging Lindsay because she asked me to give her a heads up, but I wasn't anticipating that we'd skip that last one.
Nathan, I'm on. I can talk to it.
All right, Lindsay, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right. So actually, I'm not sure if this is still relevant. I haven't been listening in for the whole call. But I would like to point reviewers or the readers from reading through their section of C403 and C404 back to the compliance path that allows for fossil fuel in the sections where the exceptions listed that allow fossil fuel for each of these cases.
Okay. Yes. So we have discussed this kind of thing at length today. And with I think with the 279 Johnny proposal that we approved today, that gets rid of the fossil fuel pathway. And then we just discussed adding exceptions to this. So because I'm trying to figure out the context of which to discuss this. So there's two pieces to your proposal, Lindsay, which are adding an exception for the fossil fuel compliance path. And yeah, I guess both are doing that. We deleted the fossil fuel pathway in an approved motion earlier today. So I guess we may want to either table or disapprove this because it's not relevant. We also tabled other proposals that could use, well, I guess everything deleted the fossil fuel pathway, right? The 279 Gary, the 183 Gary, both delete the fossil fuel pathway. So I guess from a procedural standpoint, this is not even a thing anymore. So I guess I suggest we disapprove this. Not because it's not a good proposal, but because we've already dealt with it in another way. And so the difference between withdrawing and disapproving is if somebody withdraws, it's like it never existed and we can't consider it later. If we disapprove it, we could always come back to it later. If we wanted, the tag could come back to it later. So I'd recommend disapproval of this proposal. Does anyone want to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second to disapprove this. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. The motion passes and the 218 is disapproved. 217 is Fisher.
All right, that one I know I have to speak on behalf of.
Okay, you have the floor, Nathan.
All right, so what we're looking to do here, it kind of clarifies when you're calculating the small system exception, if you took any of the other exceptions, do they count towards that 5% threshold or not? And the way this proposal is written, we're saying only temporary systems wouldn't count. Temporary systems such as electric resistance in a TI retail space that hasn't been built out yet. Those would be the only types that you would not include as you're tallying up to see if the 5% of building HVAC system capacity or floor area threshold has been hit in exception 8. Because we presume the assumption is not that you could keep stacking up exceptions, take a whole bunch of things as an exception and then apply small systems exception 8 and say, look, I'm under 5%, but you already used, say, the dwelling unit exceptions and things like that.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there further discussion on this or questions? Andy?
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to think about if that, because I mean, like you could have some larger systems in excess of 5% that comply with an exception, but then you might still have a small heater, you know, doing freeze protection in a stairwell or something like that, that you still want to have some sort of compliance pathway for. I like the clarification of temporary systems don't count towards it, but I'm not sure that I understand the intent to, like, it seems like we've got a whole bunch of exceptions for specific applications, and then the small systems is intended for kind of its own separate thing of you've got a small amount of heaters doing a specific thing separate from if you're using a supplemental exception or other things. So I'm not sure that that makes sense to me to, once you've used other exceptions, this 5% pathway gets eaten up for anything else. I guess I'd like to hear some further discussion from others if everyone agrees.
Lisa?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Andy. I think they're intended to be, you know, you can use all these different exceptions for different things, right? And so I think it's the last sentence in this that I'm not sure about. I'd like to hear more about that.
Okay, go ahead, Nathan, if you want to.
Last sentence, the last underlines, I mean, the entire proposal is.
Yeah, the last sentence in exception 8, I agree that the temporary, you know, that's clear that you don't count the temporary systems. But
Okay, so
I'm
I
not-
mean,
yeah.
if we, so let's say multifamily building using the dwelling and sleeping unit exception 2, right? So you put electric resistance heat in all your dwelling units and meet those thresholds. So we're saying that's not we're saying. I guess as a tag, we believe that the intent would be, okay, you used up a good chunk, you used up all that electric resistance in the dwelling units, and in addition, you can then still take 5% of what's left of the building heating load and make it electric resistance, so they can kind of be stacked on each other, all the exceptions. Because it seems to me otherwise you'd just be able to break out a whole bunch of small systems, wouldn't you? Like,
Well, but
just
I
call
think
it
that
a
it's
system, a small system, because it's less than 5%, and then they all meet the exception.
Dwayne?
Yeah, it's a good point that's being raised here, because looking through the list, I don't think if they use the kitchen makeup air exception or the heat tape or the pasteurization or temp freeze protection, those are also cut out for. It seems to me that it would be perfectly fine to have the pasteurization available and the kitchen makeup air and still have a small space with a little supplementary heat. So it's point well taken that instead of limiting it to only temporary systems, that we'd at least include in that exemption the heat tape, pasteurization, freeze protection.
That sounds complicated, and like we wouldn't want to do that live.
Should we table this for getting fixed?
Yeah, Andy, why don't you go ahead? But I'm on the verge of thinking that if this is too complicated, we'll better to table it. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I guess my comment was going to be, my understanding of how this exception 8 currently reads is that it's 5% of the total capacity. So it's like, even though you're using other exceptions, it doesn't change the 5% bucket that's available. because it's based on that total building system capacity. So it's not like you're carving out a bunch of little extra exceptions. It's just like, here's your building, here's all the stuff you're putting into it, 5% of all of that. So like in the multifamily example, all of those capacities would go into setting the baseline that the 5% allowance is based on.
So wouldn't you be well over it and then you wouldn't be able to use this exception? If it's based on all building.
Well, but my
guess-
point
I guess
being that
what
you're
would be-
using.
what would be the tag be? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Andy. Go ahead.
No, good.
I guess maybe just, and I have no issue if we want to brainstorm whether this even needs to get revised or we just throw it out. But I guess, I guess the biggest question is, do we want to make it clear that some things don't count towards the whole building heating or floor area served by electric resistance when you're doing this calculation? We threw out temporary systems as one. We could add in some more of those other ones like Dwayne was mentioning.
I think that maybe this is a more complicated one than we were initially thinking. So maybe this is a table for further discussion, but I do think it would be good to get some general direction from the tag on how folks are intending to interpret the usage of this. But I don't know, personally, the way that I've kind of always mentally thought of this is all of those different exceptions are addressing different situations, and this small systems is just another situation. So your multifamily electric heaters have their own exception, and they're addressed through that. And then the small systems is to address other things like stairwell freeze protection heaters.
Yep. Okay, I think a motion to table this. Right now we have a motion to approve it. I think a motion to table would be good, and then the proponent can collect comments from people and maybe put this back forward. I think that would be probably the best thing from a time perspective.
Motion to table until, I think, Michelle, we're required to say until when, right? And
We're supposed to, yeah.
Not for a table.
And so to table until the next tag meeting, and also at the same time, I will volunteer to be part of whoever's going to wordsmith this.
Technically, that'd be a motion to postpone.
You're right. That is the real. Everybody says table, but really what we're asking for is to postpone until the next meeting.
Okay.
And I'll re-second that. I do have a quick comment though. Can I make a comment before we finish this, or as soon as we still say table, discussion is ended?
Well, I've never looked up the postpone versus table. Table is not debatable. Postpone, I have no idea. It's not in my.
It's what we all think of. We all use the term table, but we're supposed to be using the term postpone.
Postpone is debatable.
And it can only be postponed until later in this meeting or into the next meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone this until when?
Till the next meeting.
Till the next meeting. Okay.
And I'll second that. So no further discussion today, is that correct?
No, from what I just heard, we can debate the motion to postpone.
But not debate the motion we're talking about, postponing.
Yeah, so I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a motion that's been seconded. So let's discuss it. Ideally, we can dispense with it very quickly and get to other proposals that will have fruit today. We'll be able to take action on today. So if you are interested in being part of whatever contributing to this, please email Krista or the proponent and with your thoughts. Dwayne, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry, it's old hand.
Lisa, you have the floor.
Sure. I'm glad the proponent took this on, and because we actually get questions about this, and so my recommendation to the group that's going to work on this is that perhaps the rules of how these exceptions are to be layered on top of each other, perhaps that belongs in the body of the provision and not inside of one of the exceptions in this manner. It's just a recommendation on another way to potentially tackle it that would make it clear for all of the exceptions, not just this one.
Thanks, Lisa. Patrick.
Yeah, I reading the section there and looking at the law 1927A 020, I'm not even sure how you can have that section language. It's a direct prohibition on gas. So I think that needs to be incorporated in any changes making a broader change to comply with the law. Thank you.
And you're talking about C403.1.4 broadly, not just the
Yeah.
language we see in front of us, or
Yeah.
not just the, yeah, yep. Okay, so we're gonna vote on it now. The motion is to postpone this until the next meeting, to gather information and possibly have a revision. All in favor of that motion, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We have now postponed. This is 217. We now have 211, which is also Fisher.
I will also speak about that one. Another one dealing with these exceptions, but different topic. All right. So basically just applying that what we're looking to do here is set a realistic minimum heater size that we might expect to be able to find. If you have the classic example, we have like exception 15 freeze protection for a janitor's closet that's 50 square feet. You can't find a commercially available electric heater that could meet that exception. So we're just saying if you're less than 250 watts, you can use a 250 watt heater, which is what we looked up as the smallest available king heater size, and is consistent with a similar exception for if you have like a perimeter bathroom in a dwelling unit, you could use an electric heater in that, and as long as it's no bigger than or it could be up to 250 watts, even if the calculation said you would have to use a smaller wattage, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Nathan. Kevin.
Yeah, I just had a comment on the previous motion. I know we're loosely following Roberts, but technically, if there's a motion to table or postpone, debate is only about whether to postpone or table, not the content of the proposal. It's just intended to move things along quickly. So it actually ends debate, and all you can debate is about whether to table or postpone. So enough said. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
we have moved on to the next item.
Yeah, it was a comment about the previous action. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment, and I will need to read about motions to postpone in my spare time before next week. Greg.
Yeah, in light of what we've been doing, or just in the same spirit, would you find it friendly if we had in there or electric or fossil fuel, and then just put in the equivalent 853 BTU hours for the fossil fuel? I mean, I don't foresee, when you get this small of equipment, I don't foresee people really using fossil fuel, but it just for compliance with EPCA and I-266 like we've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, the proponent just modified the text that was available and not projecting how other text would be modified. So I think that's friendly.
So, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think that would be that small would be a gas baseboard heat. And I don't think we can get on the fossil fuel side down to the 250 watts. I can check this week, but for a real small fossil fuel appliance, I don't think we can get down to 250 watts. So then that kind of puts you in 2066 again. And I mean, really, if it's a really small area, why are we limiting it to 250 watts? I mean, you're supposed to have some type of thermostat on it, right? And whether it's 1,000 watts or 250 watts, it's either going to come up faster or go and shut off. Or, I mean, I can't imagine somebody just turning the thing way up and walking out the door and leaving the door open so it's heating the whole space. I mean, most building owners nowadays, they're concerned about what they're having to pay. And I don't think they do that, but I could easily look up to see how small gas baseboard we can get. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm imagining these as, in stairwells or in other areas where you have maybe a sprinkler system or something like that, and you need freeze protection against that. So, putting a small heater in there is usually the economical thing to do.
I guess I just want to point out the entire point of what we're proposing is just taking the exceptions that were there and allowing a practically sized tiny electric heater, whether we want to do the equivalent for gas, whatever. But it's not really, we're not proposing anything new here, just trying to make it more practical.
Yep. Okay, that sounds good. Dwayne.
So somehow in the baseline document here, we lost all the nuance that we had in the 21 code. That clearly said that there was this dwelling and sleeping units exception that for Western Washington, it had 750 watts in each habitable room that has exterior windows, and 1,000 watts in a corner room that has windows, and then 250 watts in any space adjoining the envelope that doesn't have windows. And to me, that's like a much better formulation than, I guess this must have been taken straight from IECC.
But that language is still in there, Dwayne. We just did the way that exceptions 2 through 14 still exist, and that's exception 2. This is just
no. This was a part of section of exception 2 that we listed out. Remember, there was a 2.1 and 2.2. We allowed different amount for.
Yes. No, I'm saying that this proposal doesn't say strike all those other exceptions, and maybe we should have just showed all that text is unmodified. It was a shortcut right in the proposal.
What's in red there about the smaller than 100 square feet?
Yes.
That we'd already covered. We'd already said, and 250 watts for any space that's against the building envelope and doesn't have windows.
No, but that's only within the dwelling and sleeping units exception, not.
Okay.
Not a janitor's closet in the basement.
Got it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
Yeah, question that this is where I was going earlier today, where we made a decision where we put through Johnny's proposal, which removes the fossil fuel. It's like we needed that guidance, right, going forward. And so is it really necessary, since we know fossil fuel is kind of taken out of the body of this provision, that we have to add the additional language that says you can put in 250 watts of electric resistance or X amount of fossil fuel? I don't see how we're getting in trouble by, not giving equal treatment in this particular case, but perhaps I'm missing something here when, we aren't prohibiting it in the body of the provision.
Can I respond to that? Because I have the answer
Sure.
really quick. So the answer is, we had discussed on Johnny's, we listed to primary heating, but also there was talk about adding in the exceptions. And so it's how you handle the exceptions. So it's not saying you can't put fossil fuel, but how does it get counted? So like if you hit an exception situation, like are you forced to actually multiply out the credits for the energy usage on the exceptions? So that's why it's important to keep all these exceptions, because it's the B term in Johnny's equation.
Fair enough. And then there's the practical point of this where we're going to be adding language for perhaps a piece of equipment that doesn't exist, but if that keeps us from running afoul, then perhaps it's needed.
Thanks, Lisa. I guess I'm trying to figure out an expeditious way forward here, and this seems like a practical way to allow small heaters in spaces that are smaller than anticipated, where you can't functionally get a heater that's less than 2.5 watts a square foot, but maybe by a very small margin. So it seems I don't know, seems quite reasonable and a practical approach to this. So
Is there a motion yet?
there's not a motion, but I think we could get to one soon and then, yeah, move on with it.
Okay, motion to approve is written.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and then can I propose a friendly amendment to just say or fossil fuel and have the equivalent 853 BTU hours?
That'd be friendly.
Is that friendly, Dwayne?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. It's to approve this with or fossil fuel being added for appliances, and then the equivalent BTU being put compared to the watts in there. Larry.
I'm just kind of looking at this 100 square foot area, and I'm thinking that, I mean, if you got a 5 or 6 story building, I mean, and you had the staircase going up and down, you'd exceed that 100 square feet real quickly. Okay. Because isn't your square footage the stairs going up, then the platform, the stairs going up, and then the platform, the stairs going up, and the platform? I'm thinking if we're trying to help stairwells here, I'm thinking that we need to have a in here that says or stairwells. I mean, I think that's where the biggest argument here is because we got the fire protection in there. And I think you should include all stairwells that, so that,
I think this includes stairwells.
but it doesn't say that in here. See, that's, I mean, I see the limitation of 100 feet, 100 square feet, which is nothing when you
Well,
start.
no. So Larry, just the math is either 2.5 watts per square foot or 250 watts, whichever is greater. So if you're less than 100 square feet, you get to use 250 watts no matter what. If you're greater than 100 square feet, you get to use 2.5 watts per square foot.
Okay, so if that stairwell had 500 square feet, then you drop back to that 2.5 then?
Per square foot.
Okay, thank you.
And Chell, isn't stairwells per floor? You count them separately for every floor, the square footage?
Oh, there's a billion ways that architects have to calculate square footage. So I could talk about that for hours.
Yeah, the whole stair counts for each floor level.
It does.
It's not like it's just one 200 square foot thing at the bottom of a 20 story.
So it's a 10 by 20 staircase, and this is already existing language, so we don't need to relitigate that. If it's a 10 by 20 staircase, you got X number per floor. So, all right. Dwayne, you have your hand up?
Not anymore.
Okay, Andy.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a clarification on, is the intent that these types of spaces, the janitor's closet, the kind of small under 100 square foot space, would they then be eligible to count as a semi-heated space for the purposes of envelope compliance calculations, even though they would install a heater greater than this, or would this be decoupled from the C402 language and requirements?
I think they would no longer if they went over the limit for semi-heated, they would no longer qualify for the envelope exception for semi-heated.
Okay, yeah, that's how I would interpret with just the language here. I just wanted to make sure everyone agreed. Thanks. And well, this was Nathan's proposal. Is that aligned with Nathan's intent?
I wasn't actually the proposal writer, but
oh, sorry.
Yeah, speaking on behalf of them, but I believe so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and Kevin.
Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. The 100 square foot, the SF probably has to be spelled out as square feet under exception 1 there.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve this as modified. A yes vote is to approve this to the council and the committee. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed,
Yes.
say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. It is lunchtime. It's after 12. We are going to take a 15-minute lunch break. We will see you at 12:20.
Hey, that's 16 minutes. You're generous today.
In past, I would actually buy everybody pizza and we would eat around a table while discussing code proposals. So less generous. I'm not going to pay for a pizza to be delivered to everybody's house. That would be too spendy. All right, welcome back, everybody. We had a refreshing if short time for lunch and be stretching or whatever you're doing. Okay. We are on to 207, I believe. So, Greg, this is, I think, yours. So you have
Yeah. So, I mean, we've covered some of these already, but this captures the changes for the other ones we haven't, so that just the exceptions. And really, it's as simple as what we've been doing all day today is just wherever it says electric resistive, just making note that it's or fossil fuel and then providing the equivalent BTU hour values. The only one thing that I would suggest to change on this is Kevin Dwell had, when he was looking at it, he emailed me that a simplification is number 6. Instead of saying, so on air to water heat pumps, you could simplify the language by just striking electric everything after you utilize up through zone 5, the second zone 5. So it just says auxiliary heating, and that just makes it more simple, just wordsmithing it. And other than that, I mean, it's, if we were to approve this, this doesn't change anything we've already been doing, because it does, some of the other ones said the same thing, but also this would just be inserting fossil fuel on the ones that we didn't already catch. And this also provides the BTU hour values that we talked about before that Crystal wanted emailed.
Thank you, Greg. And I think, so just from a procedural standpoint, if we accept one proposal and it modifies exception 1, and we accept a different proposal that modifies exception 1, those can both exist in the same space as long as they don't modify the exact same words in a different way. So I think we could accept this proposal, even though we've already dealt with some proposals that cover some of the same ones, and I think we'd be fine with that.
And I would suggest just that we would insert, like, we're not going to wipe away any of the changes. We want to keep the changes we already made. This is just inserting, you know what I mean?
Yep. It's inserting new things into what we have already approved and what we already have in the code. Larry.
So since he didn't address number 9 in his proposal, does that mean we can't address it now or not? I think that's true, right?
Yeah, it wasn't addressed in this proposal.
So
I don't remember if there's a proposal that addresses number 9. But I think we could address it here under this proposal if we wanted to, and there wasn't another proposal that addresses number 9. So I'm gonna look up the other ones.
Number 9 already lists fossil fuel. Is there something I missed in there?
well, what it talks about, it says be served by heat pump or other space heating. Says this does not constitute a blanket exception for any occupancy, but it says portions of building that require fossil fuel or resistance. I just, I didn't like the last part of it. And then where it says served by heat pump. I mean, it's all heating stuff. I mean, I thought kind of reverts back to heat pumps there. Served by, I would rather see it say served by other space heating systems instead of heat pumps. Because you see what I mean? It kind of insinuates that we're talking about heat pumps here.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, I wasn't trying to change the context of our code or rewrite it. I was just trying to comply. So I was keeping it simple. But also, I mean, I think what you're pointing out is more of a semantics thing. Like, I don't think, I mean, maybe how it's currently written in number 9, it's not the most clear, but I think it's more semantics or.
Well, Larry brings up an interesting point because this was written under the assumption that everything needed to be heat pump, but that there would be certain things in labs and clinics and like that just couldn't use heat pumps, and they were allowed to do something else. But if the code no longer has that blanket requirement for heat pump, then I would think that 9 could go away, as much as I love it.
Well, we approved 279R. And 279R changes 403.1.4 to prohibit electric resistance appliances. And these are largely, all the exceptions we're looking at are largely exceptions to the prohibition on electric resistance appliances. At least that's how I understand 279 as we passed it.
Might I suggest we deal with that as a modification to 279 as a separate thing?
Okay, so would we assume that 403.1.4 says there are limitations on electric resistance and fossil fuel fired equipment? Is that what your assumption is?
Well, my assumption is if there needs to be a change to number 9, we deal with it under Johnny's 279 because that's a separate, you know what I mean, a separate issue. You know what I mean? Johnny's 279 is the one that would impact this.
Yeah, we approved it, but we also have other proposals that talk about it. But as we approved 279, the only prohibition in 403.1.4 is electric resistance equipment, not fossil fuel equipment.
But it does apply to the B factor in his equation. So that's where
you're right.
And so the B factor, you don't want to strike everything out.
So what if we followed, if it's acceptable, given that this is sandwiched in between other changes in the same section, I think we could do this, that per Larry's suggestion, we strike the words heat pump or.
I'm fine with that.
And let the record show that Larry and I agreed on something once.
The record will show that the millions of people that will stream this in future years will know that, Dwayne. This is the #1 show on Netflix, as I recall. Right behind TVW. Actually, just ahead of TVW. Larry, do you have more?
Yeah, I think that's great. Okay, because I think we're working to a good solution now.
Yeah. Okay, so Greg, you have suggested your proposal. This includes a lot of very similar kind of changes throughout majority of the exceptions. Are there other suggestions to improve or modify this proposal? Go ahead, Kevin.
I had a procedural question here. If how do I put this? If I wanted to divide the question because I'm be concerned that the proposal in its totality may not pass, but parts of it may. Does that have to come before such a vote would occur, or could that be, would that, I'm not sure how to pull that off, I guess.
Yeah, if you wanted
Maybe-
to you could say, I make a motion to approve the first half of the proposal or the modifications to section 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, or something like that.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you.
In not that I want to open this up a whole lot, but even if a proposal is voted down, it could still be reconsidered for pieces of it later. So yeah, so motions are in order right now, unless anybody has any more questions for the proponent.
I got one other quick thing I noticed just right now. Number 16, we can make the same change we did as number 6. It's just simplification. Are permitted to utilize, and then just strike fossil fuel or electric resistance. So it just says to 4, so just auxiliary heating. Perfect. And then with that, I'll make a motion to accept as shown.
Second?
I make a motion to divide the question.
Okay, well, we already have a motion. I'm just going to clarify the motion with Kevin before you speak. So
Okay.
we made a motion to approve this as modified. Dwayne seconded it. So discussion on it, and Kevin, if you want to make an amendatory motion or something like that, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I was gonna divide the question. So I'd like to consider each of these exceptions separately. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16 in the C403.1.4 and in C404.2.1 exceptions 1 and 5. Or no, excuse me. No. Keep those together. And then the changes to table C503.4.7.
Okay, I am unclear on that. So you want to consider the exceptions of C403.1.4 separately than the C404 exceptions?
Yes, and then the table is a separate item. So that I can't keep track of how many that is, but I think I think you got it.
Okay, so I guess your mandatory motion is to only approve the exceptions to C403.1.4 right now.
Individually.
Oh, okay.
Would it be worthwhile trying to do, Kevin, do a voice vote first, and then if we don't get a voice vote, to divide the question then? Because I'm wondering if we're going to have just quick agreement, and it might speed things up.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think that would be my preference as well.
I'll hold my motion.
Okay. Larry, go ahead. Larry, you're on mute.
I got a little bit of a problem with the title because it says use of electric resistance or fossil fuel equipment, and then you have all the exceptions down here. So to me, they're not exceptions. I mean, because you can use all this. I mean, this is kind of insinuating that we had something like heat pumps in here.
I didn't reprint the language that was in C403.1.4. I just listed the exceptions because I wasn't changing that language.
But do you see what I mean? I mean, it's not really exceptions anymore because
Well, Larry, just to clarify, we approved 279, and 279 strikes the word "and fossil fuel fired" from the title of the section. Does that make sense?
yeah, but it's like use of resistance and fossil fuel heating equipment. And then you got exceptions, but I don't think we should have exceptions there. I mean, I think these are the ways you can do what you can do. I mean,
well, just to clarify, Larry, going back in time, that language under C403.1.4 specifically said you can't use fossil fuel or electric resistive. Now, when Johnny modified it to say now you can use fossil fuel, The key thing that we're trying to maintain is in his equations, he has a B factor, and that B factor we're defining as just primary heating, but also we need to include the exceptions in there, because if you don't list it out as an exception, that means things that are not accepted actually get counted. So that's all handled there. So just, does that explain it a little bit?
Yeah, so maybe the exceptions you put after that for the fossil fuel exemption equation or something. Yeah, you see
We
that?
can adjust the language to John E. Coker's language under C403.1.4 separately to deal with that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to risk a voice vote on this one. The motion is to accept the proposal as shown on the screen and slightly modified to as we've discussed for the last bit. So all in favor say yes.
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 Yeah.
All opposed say no.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. I didn't hear a single no. So motion passes 207. Thanks, Greg. We are up with, why don't we go back to Larry 286? So Larry, since we couldn't get a hold of you earlier and we covered 286, you can now talk about this proposal.
I think you've covered it all now. I think we've covered it enough, and why don't I withdraw my proposal then? Okay, because I mean you've tweaked everything. I didn't anticipate tweaking everything like that. I was just going to get rid of the whole thing because I didn't see a purpose for it. But you've tweaked it so much now. I mean, it's probably not bad at all. But you've really, I mean, you spent a lot of time. I would have just got rid of it all. But,
Okay, well, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Larry.
Okay.
Proposals withdrawn. We are now on to 243, Ben.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Tag. Again, speaking on behalf of myself and not the council. So this was supposed to be a fairly straightforward change. So let's get it up. There you go. So we went through some off-cycle rulemaking for the 2021 code, and I brought this up, but we were already in the CR 102 review, so we couldn't really introduce this change at that point. This would be modifying C403.1.4 exception 5 language under 5.1 to remove the electric resistance language from the requirement there. And the off-cycle rulemaking previously removed electric resistance from the supplemental heating exception allowance in the upper portion in item 5. So this would align that control requirement with that change that was made.
So you're just striking the two words. That's the whole
That's
change?
it.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Yes. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay or no. Okay, all right, motion passes. Thank you. We are
All right,
on to
thank you.
159 Herrera.
Hi, yeah, this is Carlos. So just wanted to highlight the intent with proposal 159 was to provide a means of tempering air that would be delivered to elevator lobbies and parking garages. Right now, there is no direct exception for this with C403.1.4 language. So just clarifying that the intent, of course, is to not, heat it all the way up to 70 degrees in a space that's not regularly occupied, but rather up to 55. And sizing your electric resistance heater around the delta T needed, depending on, design conditions and the the incoming winter air temperature.
Thank you, Carlos. Greg.
Would you be open to just for compliance with I-266 and EPCA just to put or fossil fuel?
I would be open to it if others are as well.
That sounds friendly to me. Elevator lobbies are usually have something more than freeze protection, and this is something more than freeze protection, but it's not 75 degrees or 72 degrees. Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Since this is an exception, I'm wondering if we could simplify this quite a bit by just saying, keep the second sentence and just say, electric resistance or fossil fuel appliances selected at the minimum available, yada, 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 because it's an exception. It's like, do all this, and then this particular thing is accepted. I don't think we have to say, we're doubling down on language by saying you can do this and you can do that. It's like, no, it's an exception, and here it is.
I guess to wit, what are you're saying striking the second sentence or
striking the first sentence and then striking shall be in the second sentence. So you're going along, you're trying to find your exception. Oh, electric resistance appliances, or appliances selected them, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, great, I'm accepted. Well, wait, sorry, because that charging language doesn't count, right? I forgot. So it does have to say electric resistance or fossil fuel appliances serving elevator lobbies and parking garages. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe, but to your point, maybe we cut out tempering the outdoor air to 55 or lower when we're mentioning that in the second sentence already.
There you go.
Okay, now I'm confused because you're both saying different things.
Sorry, Krista. It's actually pretty much fine as it was. I think we're just saying take out. Well, okay, wait a minute. Because one says systems to temporary. No, I think you're right. We could take out. Well, it's okay. Never mind. I'm getting too fussy.
I would say, go ahead, Dwayne.
Typically, instead of 55 or lower, we've been using the phrase no greater than 55 degrees.
Yep. And then I would change the word temper to heat.
Heated.
The whole idea is you're heating it. You're not, if you're tempering it, you could cool it to 55.
Right, that's very fair.
And
the intent was to heat.
Is it actually heating the outdoor air or is it heating the space?
This would be heating the outdoor air because it's previously saying forced air systems.
So it doesn't limit you to supplying a certain amount of outdoor air to 55, but what outdoor air you do provide is you're not heating it up to 70.
I see.
Or whatever. Larry.
I just went through it because our patent attorney is in the Chase Bank downtown, which is about a 10 or 12-story building. But what I noticed when I opened the doors, because it has a vestibule in between there, and when I opened the doors, I got this blast of warm air, okay? And then when I went into the lobby, it was like, wow, that was really nice, okay? Because what it did for us was it just made it feel a lot better. I mean, Because if you had that air in there at 55 degrees and this is when it was probably 10 below out here. You let a lot of air into that building at that point, even though there's probably 8 or 10 feet between the set of doors. It was much more than, it was at least 70 in that area. And when you open up the doors, then you didn't lose any of the building heat that was in there. It like pressurized that inside there a little bit, so that you wouldn't get that big shred of cold air coming in. It was really nice, but I don't think this would allow something like this. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. All right, do we have a motion on this modified proposal?
Motion to approve is modified.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor of, so yes vote is to approve the proposal. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. This is now an approved proposal, number 159. Thank you, Carlos. We are on to another section, section 403.3. The first proposal is 195 Johnlin. So Dwayne, you have.
So this is work that was added to the current Seattle code at the request of local engineers. The first thing there is just to say that you can use the new designations as they're available, the SPF2 and so forth. I think we're still in the transition of manufacturers using both. And then the next highlighted part down is just clarifying what the requirements mean, how you could report this, the heating output, and finally adding an exception for equipment that doesn't work with the above requirements, so that we can still use all the kinds of equipment. And people seem to appreciate these changes here.
Thanks, Dwayne.
I think it might be that some of the people who worked on this for Seattle are on the call. They might want to chime in.
Kevin.
Yeah, so as I'm reading this, it sounds like the state of Washington is telling manufacturers what to do.
Yeah, we always do.
Well, but it specifically says how they shall report information. Is that a thing? I mean, is it?
Well, we have a requirement, and then there was no clarity on exactly what the requirement meant. So this says it's actually allows flexibility, because it says you can report with or without defrost. It gives the temperature you report at, and
I guess
yeah.
The manufacturers aren't the users of the code; it's designers. So,
well, yes, but they're gonna be asking what's the number that on this label, and we're saying, yeah, it could be either one, with defrost or without defrost. So this is more permissive.
I appreciate that clarification. I think I understand that. I guess it seems like this should be directing the user of the code to do things that they would then request the manufacturer to provide, versus telling the manufacturer to do something.
No, we do this all the way through the code. We have those big tables, and it says what efficiencies you have to do, and then what test method you have to use to come up with those values. So this was not otherwise clarified in the tables or other parts of the code.
Okay.
I mean,
Because every other reference is to an existing standard or some test, and this is like a special state of Washington thing. It just seems strange, like that this would be in the body of the energy code. But
Yeah.
Maybe I'm ignorant.
Well, and if anybody from the Delta E crew is on that wants to talk to this, please go ahead. I think they're too shy. Can I make I'll just move to approve as shown.
I'll
Okay,
second.
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve. I guess I had the same question that was just asked, which is the code directs the manufacturer to do something, which does seem like it would maybe direct the applicant to do something with the manufacturer's data. But I also, this is an area I don't know that much about. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, the only thing that the manufacturers aren't going to come out and approve this stuff. I mean, they're just not gonna, because the cost would be so extreme. I mean, you have to get someone on a plane, come out here. I mean, this is beyond what we do though, is we verify performance of the equipment during startup. And that would be by the mechanical contractor verifying that the equipment is doing what it's supposed to. And but to require a manufacturer to come out here, I mean, that's way outside the realm. I mean,
this does not require a manufacturer to come anywhere. This is just saying which parts of the manufacturer's literature you're going to use when reporting this.
You use the specs that come with the equipment. I mean, and it's the specs that are stamped on the equipment, Dwayne. I mean, that's what you're going to be testing for.
Right. So this says you can, whether it's tested with defrost or without defrost, you can use either one.
Yeah. Well, you'd be hard pressed to do it during defrost because it'd have to be pretty cold out, you know.
Well, according to the engineers that first proposed this for Seattle, some manufacturers do, and you're not talking about testing. This is the testing back in the factory that they use to report the efficiency of the equipment, not on-site testing of any kind.
Well, that's stated with the submittal with the equipment, Dwayne. I mean, when you give them the submittal on the equipment, it has those performance standards in the submittal.
That's great. It'll comply with this.
Okay. I mean, that's standard practice.
Okay, Greg.
So I'm thinking on the fly. So wondering if there's a way to reword this slightly, just so it says something like when manufacturers supply it, or if manufacturers supply it, or something, so that way we're not directing the manufacturer to supply it.
Okay.
We're saying
No, I got that. So we can just say skipping the first several words we just say hourly heating output or heating efficiency with or without defrost operation at
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
How about the designer shall furnish air to water heat pump manufacturers apostrophe hourly heating output or heating efficiency, yada yada yada.
Fine with me.
Put it on the designer, not the manufacturer.
Well, we don't say it for anybody in particular, so it would be the
I'm just using language from the previous sentence.
Right. The heating output or heating efficiency with or without defrost shall be reported.
Oh, there you go.
Period.
There you go.
So we're striking the first 7 or 8 words there and starting with hourly heating output.
But you want to keep air to water heat pumps in there, right?
Thank you. Yes, air to water heat pump hourly heating output. Sorry.
This is Lisa. How about saying something like equipment information for air to water heat pumps shall include? That way we're not saying the designer or the manufacturer, we're keeping it very generic. So just saying that equipment information shall include.
I think what we have now was fine. Air to water heat pump. Or heat pumps. Early heating output or heating with a defrost operation shall be reported, right? Because at some point you need a verb in there.
Right. So that was it. Shall be reported as at the end, but we just strike that shall include there. It's currently.
After the 32F?
Yes.
Yep. After 32F shall be reported.
I see. So you could take the equipment information part out.
Okay. We have a motion to approve this. I assume
We're gonna take out the equipment information part.
And there are other areas of the code that we
There you go.
provide detail like this. So this is not unusual.
Okay. We have a motion. I'm assuming this is friendly to the makers of the motion and the second.
It's very friendly.
Okay. Larry?
So is this saying that we got to confirm the temperature out there at all these temperatures and what the output is? Is this
No,
what,
this is just-
or just the document, Dwayne?
We're just asking what the specs are for the equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Mike? You're up, Mike.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to get it on the record as saying, I think there are some other values. I'm forgetting the acronym. It's integrated IEHV for commercial sized heat pumps. Integrated some that come online in 2029, I believe, January 1. So as long as, this is worded, so it seems like it would handle other things. But I just want to make sure that that's the intent is to handle anything they come up with, even if it's not just limited to HSPF2, EER2, and SEER2.
I think we tried to do that by saying after new equipment efficiency values, including those, just because, we're in that weird few years when they're crossing over.
Yep. And it says values including HSPF. It doesn't say limited to, so that would seem to leave open that flexibility. I did mute you, Mike, because you had a bunch of background noise, but feel free to unmute yourself.
The two values, I believe, are all kind of residential sized equipment. And I think it's the integrated values that are for the commercial sized equipment. So it might be appropriate to add those.
Can we deal with this the way it is now, and then if somebody's got additional requirements we should tuck in there to make sure it's right, that we can reopen this next meeting? I hate to just table things.
That sounds good. That sounds good to me. If someone has updates, they can always send them to Dwayne, bring them up at the tag meetings. Okay, we have a motion to approve this as modified. A yes vote would approve this as modified. To move on to the next level. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. 195 Johnlin is approved. We are now on to 222 Fisher.
Huh? Okay.
Sorry, that's me again speaking on behalf of Diana. I'll wait for it to get up on the screen. Hopefully it's a pretty simple one. If you scroll down, basically it's trying to kind of eliminate a double negative. We have a column for occupancies that are exempted. And then for some of them, we say all occupancies excluded which gets confusing. Are they excluded from the exempted? You just keep it consistent how we say it. If the occupancy is exempted, it just says that. Similar, like if you go up one line, we don't say all other A3 occupancies excluded. We just say all other A3 occupancies are in the exempted column. So if all occupancies are exempted, that's clear enough.
Motion to approve.
Second, you beat me to it, Kevin.
We have a motion, we have a second to approve this. All right, is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to 271 Johnlin.
So this one slightly decreases the total fan power to from 1 watt per CFM to 0.9, and this also was advanced by local engineers as a way to take advantage of improved efficiency of fans, and I've been informed that it still permits almost every fan that has been typically used. So that's the sum total of the change is that little thing you see highlighted, the change from 1.0 to 0.9.
See an underline under 4-9. Is that an addition?
Under 4-9?
Equation 4-9, there's a red underline under -9. Or is
There's
it,
a faint mark there somehow.
is that just some?
That's interesting. I think that was done to make sure the equation number was correct for this edition of the code.
Okay, cool.
David.
Yeah, Dwayne, we had some discussions about this. I think there's another item that needs to be changed here. If I remember right, the signs on the greater than or equal to K. You recall the discussion we had with Mike Kennedy, and
You mean halfway down on the
Nick.
left where it says less than or equal to 1 kW?
Yeah. And I can't remember if it was the Seattle. I think it's just the Seattle Energy Code that has an issue. And this is you've edited the Washington State Energy Code here. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Yeah. Then I think there's no issue here. Sorry.
Thanks, David. Okay.
Mike Kennedy, if you're on, does this look right to you?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was the question of whether it could be worded, because it's a double negative, right? Does not have at least one fan. There was kind of a wording issue here. I think.
Yeah, that's what I think we settled on better language for this that could be proposed, but there wasn't a logical issue with the way it was in the code.
Well, I think this got rid of the double negative, right? The way you see it.
It does not have a fan, at least one fan with a combined fan power not exceeding. I don't know.
Yeah, for DOAS, where all fans or fan arrays have electrical input below 1 kW, right? Wouldn't that be that? When you could say where all.
At the time, it was just a matter of several people were confused by it, so it seemed like it was something that should be cleaned up. Logically, if you read it, parse it close, it's all okay.
But it's a perfect time to make something that's bad better. So it should say that does have at least one fan or fan array with power under that. The combined power.
Why don't we just say for a DOAS with one fan or fan array? Does that work?
Well, if you go down the paragraph though, there's two things being addressed here. Those that are greater or equal than 1 and those that are not. And those that are not, that are greater, that do have a fan that's at least greater or equal to 1, there's a different compliance path. Which
Well,
is
actually, but isn't it the point, for a DOAS with one fan or fan array?
So this is, it's the first part of the sentence says that it's below the
Right.
1 kilowatt.
Right, so then you just say for a DOAS with
Below.
less than 1 kW.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking back at my presentations on how we presented this. That's how we did
says
it.
Greater than 1 kW though.
But it's not.
Right. If
Yeah.
we change the does not have, then it would be less than. So for a DOAS with a
Yeah, if it was with and then less than,
yeah,
that'd be identical language, but easier to understand.
yeah.
And I think I in this case said, I think the language I suggest, I just went back, is for DOAS where no fans or fan arrays have electrical fan input power less than 1 kW.
That'd be clearer. Yep.
Even clearer.
I like that, Mike. Sorry, Krista, could we do that one?
Let's see, for a DOAS where no fans or fan arrays have fan electrical input power greater than 1 kW.
Very good.
Say again, Mike.
Switching screens, where no fans or fan arrays have fan electrical input power greater than 1 kW.
I actually prefer with, but
Okay. This was just off the cuff, so improvements.
I guess my quick question, and this is fine. My quick question is why wouldn't we just say less than? Less than 1 kW.
So that was Mike, you had proposed in an email exchange.
Even better.
Just say less than 1 kW. And so then one sentence says less than 1 kW and the next sentence says equal to or greater than. That's much easier to follow.
Yeah, agreed.
And then take out the no.
So the first sentence then would have to be for a DOAS where all fan arrays, all fans and fan arrays have fan electric input power less than 1 kW.
All fans.
That might be, yeah, as long as that doesn't get interpreted as the sum.
As each fan and fan array?
Yes.
Each fan.
Good catch, Mike. It should say each.
And it'd be an and instead of an or.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably have rather than with.
Yep.
For the fan array with.
So with
For each fan or fan array have fan electrical power less than 1 kW.
Yep. Yep, I think that's clearer.
And yeah, and I think you're exactly right, Lisa. Now one's less than and the other's greater than, so it makes a little less confusing.
Thank you. This has been great.
And just for paralleleness, can we change where to with to match the second sentence?
Well, it'd be with, if we change that to with, then it would change to having.
I think where is a better term.
Yeah, we've used where an awful lot here.
Okay, is anyone ready to make a motion on this?
Oh,
I make a motion.
I thought we already had a motion in play there.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve as amended on the screen.
Second.
All right, and if we didn't have a motion before, we do now. If we did That's fine. Okay. Yes, approves this as modified. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. 271. Johnlin is now approved. We're off to 272, Johnlin.
So this one just adds an exception that was a big deal for multifamily and hotel people. That says that if you've got a DOAS that's just serving, an apartment or a hotel room that's served by, we're calling it zonal heating, but that just means, a baseboard of some kind or something like that, and not by heat pumps or air conditioners or other mechanical systems. Then they can have some supplemental heating in that supply airstream.
So the change is exception 2.
Yes.
Yep. And C4 3.1.4 has been modified and has a bunch of exceptions and a bunch of modified exceptions, and then has some different base language as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just to get the ball rolling, I would move to approve as shown.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Lisa.
Just a quick question. Because this is heating, I'd have to call up the tempering provision. Is this in like addition to the allowance for tempering? Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Well, this one just says that in that airstream you can only cool for dehumidification. It talks about this, but it makes it clear that you can heat that air, temper it, as you say, if it's a place that's only essentially, I think we're typically talking about baseboard system in the apartment or the hotel room.
Okay, I guess my only question is, do we need to refer to the tempering limits? Or is this adding more heating capacity? Or it doesn't seem like it, but that was my only thing I'm wondering about is because there is the language about the limits on how much the air can be heated or cooled in another provision.
And I remember that, and I cannot remember the section number that we put. And in fact, we didn't even call it tempering, did we? We called. Does anybody know the section right offhand?
I'm looking it up right now. Let's see. Just making sure we're not allowing greater capacity.
So you're saying basically after the very end of this, when it says section C4 3.1.4, we'd say and section what have you that would limit the tempering.
Yeah, something like that. I'm trying to look it up quick here. 1 sec.
Tell you what, could I move that we postpone this for until after the next item, or for 10 minutes?
Sure.
Sure, yeah, that'll give us time to find it.
Secondly.
Okay. And we have a motion second to postpone this for 10 minutes or until we're done with the next item. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. We are done with this one for a few minutes, and we are on to 231 Clipper. Are you here, Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff Giffen. I'm here representing Corex. Clarence couldn't make it today.
Yeah, you have the floor, Jeff. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. So this code proposal is essentially trying to allow buildings that are connected to thermal energy networks, which is we have another code proposal that you'll see later. It's actually code number 226. And that's a proposal to rename the low carbon district energy systems to thermal energy networks. So we've kind of aligned with that for this code proposal. But basically, it's trying to allow buildings that are connecting to the thermal energy networks that meet the definition of the thermal energy network, which is a high efficiency requirement, to be able to get the same sort of get the same sort of treatment that a building would have if it's connected to a air source heat pump, for instance. And so in particular, this is talking about coil selection sizing.
So is that GP1224 that includes, yeah, okay. So GP1224 renames some of the existing definitions, but doesn't necessarily provide any additional definitions. So
no, correct. It just changes it from low carbon district energy systems to thermal energy networks. And so I just wanted to point that out, that when, yeah, this proposal is kind of horse before the cart in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Motion to approve.
Lisa has the floor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
And then I'll give it to you. Lisa, did you have
I lowered my hand, sorry.
Okay. Kevin.
Yeah, motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Can I speak to the motion?
Please.
This just seems consistent given exception 1, which is systems that utilize heat pumps as the primary source. The thermal energy network generally uses heat pumps to move energy around, or just uses a ambient or low temperature loop to cool or heat directly. So it seems like it's completely in line with what we have already. And I would like to encourage the use of thermal energy networks on top of that. So thank you.
And also, I just add on, there's a bill that passed last session that actually was encouraging thermal energy networks to be offered because of their efficiency.
Yep. And then there's the definition currently says that at least 25% of the annual district energy net load must be from heat recovery between buildings, waste heat, or renewable energy resources. So, and no more than 25% of the annual heat to the system comes from fossil fuel or electric resistant sources. So there's those kind of limits on what the thermal energy network heating is coming from. Go ahead, Larry.
Sorry, this has to do with table C403.3.7, which we kind of already went past. We've had a lot of pipe failures lately, and in your Seattle area, you've had a lot of pipe failures lately, and there's a lot of lawsuits. In fact, the city of Seattle is actually suing some of the piping companies. I think we need to correlate this piping chart to the type of pipe that you're using, because these exceed a lot of what the pipe is capable of doing. And so I think I can write that up in this coming up, right? Is that available now, Shell?
The window for the 2021 commercial code?
Yeah.
Yes, the window is currently open for the 2021 commercial code for I-2066 related.
So that wouldn't apply to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but so we didn't have any proposals on C4 3.3.7 as far as I know.
No, you're correct. But there are a lot of failures that are happening. And if they were going by some of these piping charts, they'd be in real trouble. And it's very expensive. I mean, there was like a 20-story high rise in downtown Seattle that's still under litigation in the like $20 million lawsuit or something.
Because they designed to the minimums in the chart or something.
It must, the pipe, they ran more gallons per minute than what the pipe could do for the length of time, because a lot of this plastic pipe has a time relationship. Temperature, it's temperature, time, and gallons per minute. It's just not time related. It's temperature related. And that's where the roost of the matter is the temperature. And even I looked at some of the copper pipe. These standards would even be outside some of the copper pipe design standards. If you're using steel pipe, you're fine, but not many people are using steel pipe due to the cost of the pipe.
No.
You know, the labor side, the pipe's not that expensive, but it's the installation part of it.
So the window for code proposals is not open, but I'm guessing there'd be a way if you and the tag thought that C4 3.3.7 really needed to be updated from the standpoint you're bringing.
I think that
find a way to update it.
Yeah, I think what would be good is if you'd put pipe manufactured maximum standards. It might be just a mere weird wording part of it that should go in there.
Yeah, do you want to write something up and then send that to Krista, and we'll see what we can do as far as procedure wise, considering that within the 2024 codes?
Sure.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Larry.
I
Okay,
had
Greg.
a question just for you, Larry. Doesn't a lot of that actually already get handled in the IMC or the UPC?
Well, what really comes to matter is the PP aquatherm pipe that got put in. And it got put in, and it's going to some of these standards, but it can't take it. And I don't think it's in the IMC. I don't think it is. I'll double check. I just seen it here right now. And I run I've got my wheel here that I run with. And when I looked at some of these numbers, it's exceeding what the pipe can handle. And we've had failures here at Golden Corral restaurant, but the real big failures have been in the high rises in Seattle. And it's a huge lawsuits. Just, they spent big bucks putting it in, and now they're spending big bucks ripping it all out. So, and then the inconvenience for all the residents, Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I look forward to considering that. Let's go back to 231. And we have this on the screen. I believe there was a motion and a second to approve this. That's correct, right? Who's the?
Kevin motioned, I second.
Okay, yep. Okay. Again, I'm getting deep into day 2 of consecutive tag meetings. It's getting to me. All right. All in favor of the motion, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. 231 passes. We are on to 161 Odom. Henry, or are you in the room? Go ahead, Patrick.
I thought you did a motion to postpone on.
Oh, yes, good point.
72.
Thank you. Are we ready yet with 272?
Yeah, we're back to this. So you see in the top paragraph that it references 40373, and that says you can't have your supply air stream heated to more than 55, and this proposed exception says that that doesn't apply if it's a DOAS serving an apartment or a hotel room that only has zonal heating, typically baseboard or one of those kind of things.
So
I see.
guess-
Thanks for the clarification. So, so the exception does limit the capacity because
No,
you're
the exception says you are not limited by that 55 degrees.
not limited by the 55 degrees, right?
So we want to add that to the exception, right?
No, this is an exception to that rule above that's already mentioned.
Okay, but I think the question we were asking was, is the tempering limited within this exception or not?
And it's not that's what it's part of what the exception would cover. Is that correct, Dwayne?
Yeah, I think it's correctly written.
I agree. Thank you.
A motion to approve?
I'll second it again.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. 272 John Lynn passes. And now we are on to 161 Odom. Henry, are you here? Or is anyone here on behalf of Henry? Okay, crickets. I don't want to hear. It's my practice to not hear proposals the first time when the proponent's not available.
Can I motion to postpone until the end of the list? And if he shows up, then we'll deal with it. And if not, then.
That sounds
Okay.
good. Yeah. We have a motion to postpone
Second.
and a second. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. This is postponed. We are actually at risk now of getting done with our agenda before 3 o'clock, which I thought was unlikely. But it's tantalizingly close. Okay, 241, Ben, you are up. If you're still around. Ben Amura, are you? You're here earlier today.
I think he had to drop for a minute. I'm sending him a chat. Perhaps we postpone this one to the after the next one.
Okay. Sounds good.
We do that without a motion.
Is there a motion?
I mean, I'm suggesting we just do that without a motion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That means we are on to 281 Andrews. So Larry, you have the floor to talk about 281.
Yeah, I think we need to remove the whole section. It's never been our code before, and it came from the 2024 ICC. It violates 2066. And I think humidification should be on its own because there's so many different ways to humidify, and the designer, he's going to pick the one that's the most efficient for the product that they're trying to dehumidify or humidification. And prime example is our flower systems. And then another prime example is our timber systems. And then our hospitals and what we use in Spokane for what we do. I mean, in Spokane, we are extremely dry in the summer, okay? And the only way I know I can get humidity in that air a lot of times is with steam humidifiers, okay? And most of those are electrically put together, okay? There's a lot of issues with the ones that use the pads and however pads you want to say, but really the people that are using the pad systems, they have somebody on duty that's throwing in a chlorine tablet every once in a while into those systems so that there's no Legionella developing in those systems. And to restrict this on humidification, number one, it's not that much energy being used. And number two, the designer needs the free will to do what he needs, okay? And a lot of times we're using steam to dehumidify, to humidify with. And it depends on which way we're doing it. Either we're using direct steam right from the boiler, or some of them, they're going through a heat exchanger in the bakeries and stuff to heat the proof boxes up and maintain temperature for all these things. And I just think to move to one type of humidifier, we could put a statement in there that if you can use the pad systems to do that, but to restrict it, I think is wrong. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And I remember we had a long discussion on this during the integrated design process, and we're trying to modify this section, and we came to the conclusion that we would rather have a code proposal to do this. Larry, I do have a question, which is, you're saying code section C403, I assume it's C403.4.13.2, and you're saying remove that section.
Right.
So
That's
just
what
remove the entire.
We haven't had it before. And I don't think we need it now. I mean, we use so many different types of humidification systems, and to have the designer, he needs to have that freedom to do what he needs to make it's in the products and stuff that's going out the door, and we don't want to tie it up at the city level either, whether they decide, well, this says this and I got to make an exception for that, and it's just needless, to be honest with you.
Thanks, Larry. And Krista, just for context, can you bring up the integrated draft, because there's an entire new section, C403.4.13, and in there's 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3, and I think Larry's proposal addressed 13.2, but he may have meant the entire 13.
Taking a relook at it right now. 3.4. 13.
And I think I also.
Oh, that's in the other book. That's right.
I also wanted to recollect that I think this section was about controls, and there was a different section that we talked about when we were doing the integrated draft that talked about the actual systems. So we just have to make sure that we address both of those if we're addressing the goal that I think Larry has.
Right, and I just brought up another one because Eric Bedell has another proposal on the same subject matter.
Okay, did I not list that on the agenda for today?
No, because it's not in
C403.
It is C403, but it's C4032.
Okay. Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
It's
so
this one, 327.
Okay.
Let me get back to trying to find.
Yeah, the integrated draft under C43.4.13.
It's in the 24 code. I don't have that here.
This would be the integrated draft that was published on 11/06/24 or dated that date. So I guess Greg, go for it.
So I was kind of thinking the same thing that you had mentioned, that Eric Bedall having another related proposal, and Eric's not here today. So would it make sense to table the humidification and consider all the humidifications all in one so we can solve those when Eric's here?
I think we could do that. This is about the controls of the humidification system, which I guess are different, but related to the actual systems themselves.
I have the feeling, at least I mean, they're all interconnected and it's all kind of the same conversation. And it'd be nice if we consider them all together and then made one quick change on whatever we needed.
See, the part that I didn't like is the 30% mark. Okay. If we can achieve 50% humidification, viruses and bacteria don't survive. Okay. And we really need to be striving for that 50% mark.
Larry, can you point to specifically where in the code section on the screen?
403.4.13.2.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
And when you get lower than 50%, like this 30%, like we have in Spokane, I mean, we'll have times where it's 10% here. And the people that have allergies, a lot of times their doctors will tell them to go to the coast because it's so bad. And what happens is your nose gets dry and it's so dry outside that you have a hard time recovering. And then once you get above 50%, then you go the other way. You're too wet. Okay. And then you got your molds that you're dealing with. Okay. But if we can strive to have buildings at 50% humidity and not have problems with our walls, because we don't want to have mold in our walls, but the closer we get to 50%, the healthier we're going to be. Okay.
Thanks, Larry. I think to the point earlier, whether we discussed this or not, based on not having the other proposal here to talk today, I'd rather begin to discuss this today and come up with any suggestions we have for it, and use the time that we have today to get any feedback, any suggestions. And yeah, if we don't pass it today, that's fine. We could also pass it and modify it later based on any discussion when Eric is in the room. Okay, thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
Yeah, this has been through at the national level with a lot of debate and a lot of research input, and has gone into the code as per our usual routine as a higher efficiency requirement. So I think that this needs to remain in the integrated draft, and Larry and others that would like to change that would come with a code change proposal. And then at that time, we would have the national experts that originally drove this available online to explain how this works in the field and how it saves energy. So I propose that we not, I guess I would make a motion that we not accept this proposal.
Okay, and you mentioned having national experts come in and talk to us, but we haven't done that, right?
No, that would happen when there was a code change proposal that everybody could respond to.
We have, yes, I guess we have the integrated draft language that we approved in the integrated draft, which is all the language you see in front of us.
Right.
And we have Larry's proposal to remove all of it under C4 3.4.13.2.
So, okay, let me just restate. This is language that's in there to save energy and should remain.
And then I heard you make a motion to disapprove
Yes.
the proposal, and the proposal would strike C403.4.13.2.
So this would leave that section intact.
Leave it as it was in the integrated draft, which is coming from on the IECC,
Right.
ICECC 2024.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay, I'm not hearing a second for that motion. Motion dies for lack of a second. We'll continue to discuss. All right, go ahead, Margaret.
Yeah, I don't know how big a deal this is, but Larry, your whole premise for this code change proposal was that it violates the 2066 law, but I don't frankly see how, because it says humidistatic controls shall not use fossil fuels or electricity to produce relative humidity above 30%. So it seems pretty agnostic to me.
We use gas to make humidity, okay? And so that's
So
not,
it's what you're objecting to is the 30%.
well,
right?
the 30% and not being able to use fossil fuels to
But
make
it
this
says, well,
shall
it's
not use fossil fuels or
or
electricity.
electricity. So they're basically just saying you can't humidify above 30%.
Correct.
But that's not being preferential to electricity over gas.
No, it's requiring you to use a pad humidifier, okay? A pad humidifier, or they have another way of saying it. And so you could use a pad humidifier, okay? But that's very difficult to do in Spokane with as dry as it is, okay? Because we're air conditioning to get us cold to begin with. I mean, because it's 90 out. Okay. So then when we run the air conditioner, we're dropping the humidity levels way down. And the only way I know that you can get humidity into that airstream is with steam, actually. Okay. And so we're trying to bring the humidity level up, and we use the steam to do that. And I think what we should do is postpone this until the other person's here. And if Dwayne wants to get some other people here, but I can tell you right now, all surgical centers have a humidity rate at 50%. And
and there's an exception for that.
And then the whole purpose is to keep viruses and bacteria out of the surgical center.
And that's exception 1, right? Am I reading that correctly?
Right, but why not give this health benefit to everybody? Okay? Why not strive to give a health benefit for all the people of Washington State? Thank you.
Larry, Greg.
I think I might be able to clarify the info for anyone. So if I believe humidification ideal range is typically between 30 and 50%. So going below 30%, people don't usually humidify intentionally stay below 30. They usually are trying to get above it. So, and then also the way this is worded existing isn't really accurate, because adiabatic, which is what Larry's referring to as pads, that does use electricity. Basically, you're atomizing the water that way. So, but the intent of what is currently written is they're trying to say electric resistive is what they're intending, even though it's not what it says in the existing code. And so the existing code is basically trying to push you towards adiabatic, where you atomize the water droplets instead of actually heating the water to have this steam come out. And I mean, I pretty much will echo what I said before, is I think this is a more robust debate that really Eric really should be in the room to because it really relates directly to his proposal. So, I mean, I would like to motion that we table this until next time and consider it in conjunction with Eric's.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to table this until the next session or the next time we cover humidification or humidification, yeah. Okay, are there, I guess table, we can discuss the motion to table, we can't discuss the merits of the proposal. Anyone have further comments, Dwayne? Okay, motion to table, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay.
And could I clarify that we're postponing, not tabling, we're postponing until next meeting?
Until we consider humidification again, which may not be the next meeting.
Okay. Because typically we need to like pick a time when we're going to postpone something.
Yes, in restating the motion, I said until we consider this again.
Well, the motion to the table doesn't require a date. It's just tabled until it's taken from the table, which requires a motion at a subsequent meeting. So it
And
can
that
die.
it gives Shell flexibility to put it on the agenda when he wants.
Yeah, and I want to consider like things together, and I missed that this one had another adjacent proposal to it when I put together the agenda. Okay, we are on to 288 Andrews.
So I'm thinking maybe we should just do both of these because they're both related.
Is the next one also a humidification one?
It's a humidification one.
Okay.
So motion to similarly table this.
Yep.
Right.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to table. And all until such time as we're talking about humidification again, dehumidification again. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, it has been tabled. We're now going to grab the couple things that we postponed earlier or whatever we did with them that made them.
Henry is back.
And that would be 161 Odom. Henry, are you around?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Yep. All right. So let's talk about proposal 161.
Yeah, so the purpose of this code section is to future-proof commercial buildings for future heating plant systems for hydronic space heating. The purpose is build your building now and you future-proof it for any type of equipment, fuel choice, freedom, anything you want as the owner is replacing equipment. And the main purpose of this, aside from some small language updates, is to remove the exception number 4. So basically what this is saying is hot water coils have a design max temp of 118, which allows for all main heating plant fuel types and equipment to meet with a 20-degree delta T. However, exception 4, all it takes is for a designer to say, I need air temperature at 96 degrees Fahrenheit, and they get to circumvent this code section. Delta T of 20 between the supply air temperature and the space temp is a very standard approach for sizing fan coils. So removing that exception keeps standard sizing runs for fan coils in line with practice, and just kind of removes a big undercut from this code section. So that's what we're going for with this one.
Thanks, Henry. Questions for Henry? Discussion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second for the motion to approve?
Luke, I'll second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Greg.
So I had a question is, would it make sense instead of striking it to increase the temperature to something higher? Would that?
I mean, what you could happen with that is, if you have 180 degree supply water, or 180 degree supply water, you could have a design air temp 140 degrees, which you obviously wouldn't want to do from a comfort standpoint, but highlighting it, leaving air temp, that just correlates with a higher supply water temp. And so again, that kind of undercuts the main purpose of this section. This is, I don't know when or where this was put in. There could have been a specific occupancy type, but I can't think of, most commercial buildings needing excessively high supply air temperatures to condition those spaces.
Larry, go ahead.
The only thing I see is limiting this, depending on what the wall and I'm just thinking of the Seattle down there or Bellevue, and you got a wall of glass in these places, okay? And it gets severely cold in Seattle like it did this year for a little while. I would think you'd want to pump up that temperature a little bit to sweep that glass with a little warmer air than what you're doing. And then also commercially, when we do commercial products, I think we need to, if you want to keep this for somewhere in this ballpark for living, but we do a lot of stuff in production that uses much higher air temperature off the coils, and we're using steam coils to do it a lot of times. And so I wouldn't want, I think we need to have at least another exception in there for different product needs and other things like that. But when I walked down in Bellevue and Seattle the last time, and I looked up and I seen all that glass, I mean, it was floor to ceiling glass. And then with you having exceedingly cold temperatures, I would think you'd want to bump that temperature up, but you're probably going to have a hard time doing that with your heat pumps. Okay. But if you're talking to the people that live in those buildings, I would have liked to know how they felt when it got extremely cold, and you're sitting next to that glass. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, I guess to respond to that, I almost did talk about steam coils, but this is for hot water specific, so I think that's already not impacted by this code section. We do get cold streaks, and that relates to other parts of the code where it says designed to 24, but we hit 20s. We don't really get in 18s too much, or the teens too much. And same goes for the glazing. Code says don't overglaze, but people do it. And I would say, if you're a building owner and you want to overglaze your building, you have to pay for the capacity too, right? You can meet capacity by airflow and delta T. So I would assume the designing engineers would know your delta T at 20 and scale up airflow to match that. And you get the same effective capacity out of that design approach as opposed to increasing your hot water delta T.
Larry, go ahead again.
So, but that's over in Seattle, in your area. Now think about what that does over in our area when it's 0 or 10 below out, okay? And you're probably not going to speed up the coil. The less cost way is to bring your temperature up, okay? And you'd have some type of outdoor reset, I would hope, on those coil temperatures, so that the building design would bring up the temperature for when it's colder out. You'd bring that water temperature up, and Because if you're just moving more CFMs, you're really not gaining that much heat difference. But when you bring up the temperature, you bring up the BTUs a lot quicker. Thank you. And a lot cheaper too.
Okay, is there further discussion on this proposal?
Is there a
Okay.
motion yet?
I don't believe there's a motion.
Motion to approve is shown on the screen.
Okay, we
Yeah,
have a
there
mo-
was a motion with Dwayne and Luke.
Okay, I'm already there.
Okay,
Yeah.
So it's still there and we can vote.
moved and seconded. I think it was Luke that seconded it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Abstained.
Okay, I heard one no, so I'm not gonna do a roll call vote. Motion passes. And we are on to Ben Omura 241. Ben, are you back with us? I see you.
I am back. Thank you.
Okay, all right, you are up.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Thanks, Tag. For this proposal, this is doing a couple things. One thing is adjusting some of the language in this this section to align with the requirements in C403.4.11.4. This is regarding demand response set point adjustments. So the change to the language is instead of specifying the 4-degree set point change for zonal level controls, it is now just referring to this other section where that's already been addressed. So we only have the information in one place. And then it is adding a couple of exceptions to the demand responsive controls requirement. And then the last part in the sentence that's added to the main section there is an attempt to reiterate what was discussed in the state building code interpretation response 21 or 2421, I believe. Yep, 2421. To clarify that this section on demand responsive controls is not requiring that a demand response signal or system be included. It is simply putting in the requirements for the systems to have that ability.
Thanks, Ben. Greg.
This makes a lot of sense to me, so I'm going to move that we accept this proposal.
Thanks, Greg. Is there a second?
Yes, second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I did have a question before we get too far. The first sentence, the last sentence in the paragraph is this requirement does not include the inclusion of demand response device. And it seems like, do we really need to include the inclusion, or could we, is there a wittier way to say it? Perhaps?
Well, there is another part of the code that has utility demand response in there. So I think they're saying not to, you know, I mean, it's not being taken as applying to that.
You could say, instead of include the inclusion, you could say require the use of. Or I guess require the inclusion of.
Ben, what do you think about that?
Yes, I was struggling with the wording here, so appreciate any feedback.
No, that's fine. It's great. People with we can make things better through group action. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see any more hands up. So let's vote on this one. All in favor of moving this forward as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. And that actually brings us to the very end of our agenda. I could have put more things on the agenda today, but I didn't because I didn't think we would get through all of these. So thank you for being thoughtful and concise in discussions and getting to the motions and making sure we're talking about the most important stuff. So we are, I guess, is there, okay, meeting schedule. I will repeat my, the way I'm going to put together the agenda is we covered 3.1 and 403 today, much of it. The next meeting, I'm hoping to cover C406. And then that would be the 7th of March. And then the 14th of March, I would like to cover C404, water heating. And for the March 28th meeting, we will cover, I have a TBD discussion, tentatively C402 and C407. But if we have people reporting back on any of the work groups, we might cover that so we can finalize some of the other proposals. That's my schedule. Please let me know if you're a proponent of a proposal under those sections and will not be able to be at one of those meetings.
Joe, also keep in mind, we have an MVPE committee meeting on the 14th. So I can see if I can schedule it for the afternoon and give the BPE or BPW whatever, no, doesn't have a P in it anymore. The other committee, give them the morning one, and then, so we may need to end the tag meeting early. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we might need to end by 1 or 2 or something like that. Thanks, Krista. Okay, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, just one clarification. That 14th meeting, is that also intended to cover C405 and any electrical or lighting proposals?
I haven't scheduled, I don't know. I thought there might be enough material under C404 to have it for an entire meeting. We have 20 or, oh no, I did have C405 under that meeting as well. I'm amazed you figured that out, but yes, I had C405 on the same meeting.
Great, thanks for confirming.
Yep. I should put that in my notes, 404 and 405. I think we can cover both in one meeting. Poppy, go ahead.
When new sections were going to be discussed, what day do you think you're going to be discussing the PNNL BPS proposal? It's a new section regarding alignment with the code.
And what section is that in?
Actually, I don't remember offhand. I'd have to open it up.
Okay. Why don't you email me offline and we'll talk about it then.
Yeah, sounds good. It was on the schedule a couple meetings back, but we didn't get to it, so it might have just kind of dropped off the.
I'm keeping track of all of them, and what's passed, what's postponed, etc., what's not approved. And I just want to get to all the big ones early enough that we have time for work groups, and then we can button up them as we go further on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was just wondering, is it possible to have Krista email out your tentative schedule just with the caveat that it's really tentative, and then that way we have kind of like a timeline of what on what day?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to just at least put placeholders in my calendar.
Yeah.
Wasn't that already sent? I already got an email like that. That's why I saw the C405.
Oh, interesting.
I think Krista already did.
Yeah, I did send one out. It only went 3 meetings, but yeah.
Yep, goes through the March
Yeah, I got
schedule.
Krista's, but I was just thinking that maybe Chell had a little more info, you know, I mean, a little more detail that he was on the tracking spreadsheet.
The only thing I have is March 28th. I have tentatively C402 and C407, but I want to not plan too far in advance because if we have a big issue and we don't resolve it, I want to get back to it. And I want to make sure that these are strategic so that if we have big issues, we're addressing them as early as we can. And you know, towards the end, you know, like lighting, power density, and a few of them are button-up issues where we'll go through them quickly. I mean, lighting isn't just that, but some of it is. I just don't want to hit, you know, some big topic on the second to last meeting and have people throw up their hands and say, well, I'll need 3 weeks to come back with, you know, my revisions on this and we need a work group. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So if you have any thoughts on how to avoid that, please send them to me. So I have 7th of March, 14th of March, and then 28th of March, C402, C407. After that, I am anticipating we'll have a few meetings in April and cover everything else. So thank you all for all your time and all your expertise. And we are done almost an hour early today. So thank you for getting through this quickly. And we'll see you next Friday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mel.
This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Shell. Hope your brain recovers soon.